Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good Sunday morning. Are you guys ready for another one of these crazy live streams? We never know what's going to happen. I hope everyone's doing wonderful. Let me pull up my chat window because I can't see what you're saying right now. But I hope everyone's doing good. Got a lot of people here this morning. We do have a couple different machines up for vote right now. So I want you to go ahead and take this opportunity to vote. Daryl, thank you for the $5 donation. Good morning. Good morning. So we have 3 different systems we're working on today, and this is your opportunity to kind of vote and see what you want to see me work on. So one's going to be a Precision 5560. All 3 of the USB ports don't do anything, so it only works off battery. So there's something going on with something there. The 9700, there's 4 ports. I think 2 of the ports, someone dropped it on there. It might be a physical thing. I don't know. And the last one, it doesn't come on at all, but they said possible water damage. So I don't know. I mean, who knows? I don't look at these things ahead of time. So, but go ahead and vote. We have about 8 minutes left of voting. Hello from, it looks like we got Brazil, Quebec, and Melbourne. We got around the world here. This is crazy. Okay, Portugal, very, very global today. But it is the morning on Sunday morning, so therefore it's later in the afternoon for everybody else. So we got Colorado. I got my coffee too, so we're going to drink some coffee this morning. Portugal, man, the chat's moving a little fast for me this morning. West Virginia, Poland, hello. Florida, Lithuania, Malaysia, Trinidad. Any home? Any home? Romania, Florida, Texas, man. Okay. South Korea, or Korea, Seoul, Korea, UK, Poland, Germany, Texas. Are we good now? Hello? Yes? Good? Okay. I think I figured out what my issue has been. It's been the receiver brick is not, I don't know, it's just USB-C. And so every single time I'm starting to record now or go before a live stream, I just reseat the connector because I usually just keep it plugged in. So I didn't do that this morning, so I guess that confirms it. So I don't know. I just keep it always plugged in and on, so maybe that's a bad thing. You know, I always say don't keep batteries plugged in all the time and things like that. So I need to probably turn that off and use that as a ritual. Okay. I found out last night that only fools work on changing out the charging port on a tablet. You broke the screen. Yes, I don't. Anything that's glued together, I don't like. I mean, it's just, I don't work on screens in general just because I do motherboard repair. But I always hand it off to one of my other techs. But if it's glued together, I hate it. I'm not happy. Don't want to deal with it. What's up there, goat? What's up? Got Montgomery here with his Pro Max. A hell of a lot better than that Alienware. Well, it costs more, right? So, got my coffee with honey here this morning. So while we're doing our voting, I wanted to show you all something I was working on, and this is my power box, right? So my Dell power meter is off to the side right here. You see it in all the things here, the screen. So here's the screen for it. This is a printed case. I just printed another case up. And what I'm working on is this PC interface. And I vibe coded something last night in about 20 minutes, and it actually looks pretty good and works. It's so stupid. It's crazy that you can just tell AI to do stupid stuff like that. But anyway. So this is an ESP32 Mini C3. So it actually has a pretty good refresh rate because it's running at a higher frequency, and so I think I have it set for like 5 kilohertz or something like that. So it's going to refresh pretty fast. And then this right here is what is it? INA 226. It does 0 to 30 volts and 20 amps. So we'll be able to make it where I don't have to have a camera on this anymore to put it up in the corner. I'll be able to have a PC interface. Now, I don't have it set up on this computer because I've been doing it on my home computer last night, which is a Linux box, and this is a Windows box, so it's a little bit different to get all the Python stuff set up. But anyway, just wanted to kind of give you all an update on that. Your laptop runs cooler running Linux. Interesting. It's snowy in northwest the UK. It's not snowy here. I'm wearing a t-shirt this morning. It's not cold at all. Your stream keeps crashing for you. Maybe just down the refresh rate or the bit rate. Ethernet works everywhere. Montgomery, I know. There has to be something with the... I don't know. I have no idea, because it worked everywhere for me too over here. A 1706 dust gate repair. Oh gosh. Enjoy the coffee and put a shot of rum in it. Put a shot of rum in this thing right here. No, I don't want a shot of rum in here. So 4 more minutes left on voting. Take your opportunity to vote. If you're on Twitch, you got 39 votes, or 39 viewers and only 20 votes. So only half of you guys have voted so far, so go ahead and get your votes in. YouTube's always pretty good about voting because we have 240 votes with about 370 people or 400 people. So vibe coded, you win. What's stupid is, like, I'm so used to just kind of writing it myself, and I've used so many Arduino controllers, and I programmed all that stuff from scratch, and I usually just use the Arduino IDE, and then for my 3D printers, I use Platform IO and Visual Studio Code. And so that's why I set up as Platform IO with this last night. And then I was like, I just need this. And then I even said I want a UI that goes with it. And they gave me the serial interface. I mean, it was just... And then every time I had a connection issue or whatever, I just typed in the error. I just pasted the error in and it just kept telling me to install this stuff. So, so next week, maybe we'll have this up and running and I can show it to you. We'll see. I just did it literally right before I went to bed last night. So, snowing in Ireland, 2 inches. Wow. Wow. We get some snow later this week. I'm not going to get any snow, but you're going to get some snow because I think we're done with that. Twitter vote above. Twitter? There's a Twitter vote above. You love the parts people. I love the respect. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Did you guys see that video yesterday? Ugh. It was like I have PTSD editing that damn thing. 4 hours of filming whenever I was working on that. And so the gist of that one was it was shutting off whenever you stressed the GPU or turned on the GPU ever. It just shut off. And I've fixed this issue so many times. You just replace all the MOSFETs that power the GPU. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And we went there and did all that, and it still was shutting off, and it was having these weird current spikes, and then the GPU ended up dying. When I edited that, it took me another 6 hours to edit that thing. So, you know, I should have said, I want my 10 hours back, because that was, I mean, by the end of the morning yesterday when I was editing that, I was like stressed out. I hated it. So I really just wanted to throw the whole video away is really what I wanted to do. But anyway, it is what it is. The customer's perfectly happy. He was like, I'm just going to hook an external GPU to it anyway. So he's going to hook a PCIe into one of the connectors on the bottom and then do it. So what's the chip for? This right here it's a 30 volt and 20 amp. It can go up to 20 amps, and that's what I need. I need something because 330 watt chargers hit 16 amps, so we need something to do 30 amps on it. And then this is just the ESP32 here. Appreciate it. Great content. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Did the BIOS report a better diagnostics? Well, the BIOS didn't have an issue from what I could tell. 10 hours you need to get a life. Oh, gosh. I need to quit doing this stuff. I want to give you guys an update, too, on this other board. It's from last week. I still have the system right here. So, remember that one system we worked on? No, I don't have it here. Do I? Is this it? No, this is a different system. You remember the laptop we worked on yesterday for last Wednesday for 3 hours, and then we couldn't ever get the 1.2 volt power rail to turn on? Okay. So I got a little bit further progress, never fixed it. I spent 6 more hours on it, so get me a freaking life. The next morning, I just came in and started messing with it, and I was working on it all day long, and I was just like, okay, I got to quit this. But basically, the gist of it is the 1.2 volt power rail wasn't coming on because the whole board wasn't coming on. But if we trace it back, there's a 2.5 volt power rail that needs to come on before the 1.2. If I just put an enable signal on the 2.5 volt line, boom. 2.5 came on, 1.2 came on, 0.6 came on, all of those came up and running. What we were missing after that was a 1.05, which is the OK signal from the PCH to tell the system that it was okay to start the CPU. And there's a couple different chips that do that. I can actually do enable signals on those, and those will turn on too. And then the last thing was there was actually another OK signal on this 1.8, or no, I guess it was it was another signal that came from the PCH. If I put an OK on that, then I actually had the GPU turn on, all the VRAM, all that stuff came on under a thermal camera. I can never get the CPU to come on. Basically, it's coming out of the chipset. It's these signals coming out of the chipset that it's not getting there no matter what I did. And I tried 3 more BIOSes. I tried rechanging this. I had a good board and I kept swapping parts. So I had a board that was working and a board and then I was doing their board. And I'd be like, okay, let me swap these chips, swap these chips, swap these chips. So then I could see the chip I took off the bad board, put it on the good board, and it worked. And then that still didn't work. So then I even changed the EC chip out. I don't know what was in my brain, but I just kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going. And finally I was like, they just need to buy a new motherboard. They just need to buy. I mean, we spent 3 hours one night. I spent 6 hours another day. I spent 9 hours on that damn thing, and I didn't fix. Oh my God, it's so stressful. Anyway, yes, it was a reset line. You're right. Yeah, it's exactly what it was. But it was this S4 and S3 lines that's supposed to go through a AND gate, and those weren't showing up with the high signals. But if I just put a signal on that, then I can get the thing to come on. So, but it was a part of the reset. Yeah. Anyway, so that was just an update for that. So we did finish. Oh, wait, I didn't even put the polls on the screen. Sorry. Polls are on the screen. I forgot to put that up there. So where's my pointer? There we go. So right there we have our polls, and who won? Okay. Precision 5560 only works on battery. That's the one that won on Twitch with a 55% percentage. And then YouTube has 60% on the Alienware. So we go by the highest percentage and not who won per se, but so we got to do Alienware first, then we'll do the Precision second. So highest percentage wins. Oh, are you older or younger than your twin? I'm 10 minutes younger than my twin. 10 minutes. So but that's all relative, right? Because we're both the exact same age. It's just I was deeper in the tunnel, I guess, right? All right. I hate failures. Well, I learn from them. That's why I keep messing with it over and over again. I feel like I even learned some stuff messing with that board, getting different signals to turn on. So now I have a little bit more information on how to turn on different things. Okay, setting the title, good. We got the title set. So we're doing the X17. I kind of feel like I've been working on all these lately. The machines that I've been working on the most right now is X17s and M17R5s. I don't know. It's like, because I do videos on them, and then people are like, I got one of those. Let me send that over to you. So we're going to do the X17. Hopefully it won't be. This could just be an EC chip for all I know. I did one yesterday or 2 days ago that was, what did the customer say? I can't remember what it was. They did something, and then it ended up just being an EC chip. So I just had the chip, program the EC chip. I filmed it, so it'll be out eventually. All right. And so the customer's note on this one says, what does it say? It says, I think it got wet. Okay. I opened it up, and immediately after it stopped working, I checked for moisture, but really couldn't find any to speak of. However, it will not power on. So with that information, to me, it doesn't seem like it probably has a water damage, but I'm just going by what the customer said. So if we only have the information we have, so it could be water damage, could be not. I don't know. I don't know. So, are you guys ready for this? You guys ready? Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe to the stream. So if we can get it, while I'm about to start this, hit the like button real quick. That way we can get a boost our video up and see how many people we can get here this morning. This thing does have liquid metal in it, so it could have an LLM situation. I hope not, because I had another one of those catastrophes last week. And then I had no, that's all I got. But okay, y'all ready? Water? What are you doing? Okay. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware X17R2. Now this one, the customer said that they think it got water damage, but they don't know for sure. All they know is that the laptop no longer turns on, but I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Boom! Nailed it. All right, we got it. We got it. Okay, so first thing we want to do is see if it turns on. and we're just going to do that. The old click the button. That's not doing anything. Let's plug in the power. Keep an eye on the power meter. Let's see if it pulls any current when we plug it in. 0.01, 0. Okay, 0.01, then 0. We may have a power rail coming on, then detecting some short on a lower power rail, not like the main one, right? So we have 20 volts, and then that makes a 5 and a 3.3 and a 1.8 and all this other stuff. And if it sees some other short when it's trying to come on, boom, goes back down to 0. Now, that could be completely negated if it starts trying to pull a little bit of current or does anything when I press the power button. But so I check the lid. I'm opening and closing the lid. I want to see if that triggers anything. It's not triggering anything. And then if I press the power button, it's not doing anything. So right now we got dead as a doornail. And I don't even know what a doornail is and why that thing would be dead, but it's dead as that. And let's open it up and take a look inside. Intro clean. Somebody's awake. You know what? I did not get to do my Peloton ride this morning, my exercise bike, and that was really annoying because I woke up a little bit late, and I really wanted to have that 7-mile ride that I've been doing every morning, and so my brain is a little bit groggy. I did have a couple coffee. I'm on my second cup of coffee, and took some vitamins, so hopefully that will do it for me. So, how to use a USB-C port tester? Please explain. Do I even have a port tester? I have a meter here. Is that what you're talking about? This meter right here that just kind of tells us what current's coming in. And the way they use that is just to kind of see how much current's pulled. So we're using it exactly the same way that we use our power meter over here for the DC jacks. So I don't know. So maybe somebody else in chat can kind of clarify on that, but I don't know if there's definitely a different port tester. It's 420. It's 420 in New Zealand. All right. That's the middle of the night, though, so I don't know if you want to hit any 420 then. All right. And the bottom is off. Take a quick look around. We have the main battery. It's a Dell OEM. You can see the serial number here. This machine has four fans, which is a really good design. Blows air in, cools the actual RAM and the SSDs, and then it blows out, cools the CPU and GPU. So very good design. Now this machine does have liquid metal, like we talked about, and which can leak, especially on some of these versions where they were a little bit excited when they were putting it on in the factory, and so they put too much on there. But what we need to do first is we just need to kind of test to see if we're getting our main power rail to come up for a moment, or if we're just getting it where the power rail doesn't want to come out at all. So I'm going to plug in the power. We're going to measure the input jacks right here. And let me turn off the thermal camera there. There we go. Okay, so here's our DC jack. This is where it plugs in. You can see the red here is the positive side, and then the black is going to be the negative. You're going to have one pin that's going to be the PSID line, which is the communication line between the DC jack and the charger. Wait, the DC jack or the laptop and the charger. That will actually tell the laptop how many... Great Tech Live. Hey, thank you, Trucker. It will tell you how many watts it is or how much current it can actually pull from the charger, which is very important because you don't want to overload a charger. So the laptop, if it can't detect that, it will not pull very much at all. So right now I'm going to be in voltage mode. You can see the meter up there at the top of the screen. I'm going to try to measure that, and I need to untangle my probes. They're all tangled. Okay. Untangled. Let me find a good ground here. All right, so here, I'll just use this as ground. That'll work. All right, so what do we got here? Nothing, because I haven't plugged in the charger. Let's plug in the charger. Flick it. We got to flick it. You guys love that flicking thing, don't you? Okay, 20 volts here. All right, so where's it go after this? It goes through these inductors. And so these are just little, they almost look like resistors, but they are inductors. And we'll have voltage here. Then it's going to go through this first MOSFET, which a MOSFET just kind of acts as a switch, an on-off switch. Measure here, we're not getting anything. So and then it comes into this one, we're not getting anything. And then it comes to this current sense resistor. This is where the laptop is detecting how much current the laptop's using, and make sure it shuts off everything. Because I can see right now that there's 0.3 volts on this current sensor resistor, this is going to be a boring repair. Over and over again. I don't know why I do all these. Okay, let me just move my probe over here. I need to get my ground somewhere. I'm going to show you this. Okay. All right, so I'm going to unplug the charger, and I'm going to plug it back in. What I want to see is that if there was a short on the main power rail, that would be 0. If there's a short somewhere else, it should be 0, but that was 0.4, which means that the capacitors were still charged up, weren't discharged. So when I plug in the charger again, we should get 20 volts momentarily, and then it shuts back off. The reason why I'm saying we should get, is because that's the symptom of an EC chip corruption. We did one of these the other day. Didn't we do one of these on the live stream the other day? So every time I plug it in, it's going to 20 and then comes back out. And then that means that the 3 volt and the 5 volt power rails are probably coming up. I don't think that this was liquid damage at all. But, I mean, I guess there still could have been some sort of power surge that caused some sort of issue with the EC chip. Now, the EC chip is located on the other side of the motherboard, but we do have programming headers on this side that we can just program with. And so I can just program it and fix it. I guess. Let's make sure that we have our 3 volt communication lines on the debug header here up and running also. But here's our header that we're going to be programming on. It's going to be these 4. We should have 3.3 volts on all these, or 3.1 really. Okay, wait, line 2 has only 0.12. Maybe that one's not supposed to have anything. I can't remember. These are all 0.12. 0.12. Interesting. Well, that one definitely has... but it was momentarily. Okay, so maybe we actually have something else going on. Those should be actually on if we're going to have voltage there. I mean, if we're going to be able to program it there. So we might need to double check some other places. The battery does have voltage. I'm measuring the battery terminal right now. So the battery has 10.4 volts. I don't know. Usually what I like to do is I like to pull the board and I like to make sure that the 3 volt and 5 volt power rails are coming up momentarily. But we could just jump straight to EC programming if you guys want to do that. I don't know. Why are there 2 live chats? Where are there 2? I'm simulcasting on the Twitch, so we have a Twitch stream and we have a YouTube stream, and so we have them kind of merged together. I don't know if there's not really 2, but yeah, you can see them kind of both showing up there on the screen there. Check all the rails. So we can't check, there's not very much we can check on this side. That's the problem. So I want to check the other power rails, but we have to pull the motherboard out. So at this point, we could try just programming the EC chip with the board still installed without having to take it all apart, and then boom, it could just work and we're done. Or we have to take the whole thing apart, and then we could check for liquid metal leaking. And I mean, there's more stuff involved if we do it the other way. So if you're on the TV, turn off the live chat. There you go. That's a smart way of doing it. Yes. Because I have the chat on the screen. So if you have the live chat on the side of the TV, then you kind of want to... The best way of doing it, if you're watching it on TV, just have it where you have my full stream here with the little chat that's on the screen, and then just have your phone up to chat to actually type in if you want. Program it. I think I should just program it. That's what I think I would do next. Anyway, I think everyone's on board. It actually doesn't take me that long to do that, and then we can just... If that doesn't work, then we'll pull it apart. Or if I can't connect to the chip, because that's the other thing. If I can't connect to the chip, then we'll have to pull it apart. What is that? There's liquid damage down here. What? Hold on. Wait. That's funny. Look at that. There is liquid damage in here. Look. I don't know what it is, but it's there. Okay. Or something. I'm confused. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a better focus here. Can you kind of see what I'm looking at? I mean, the cameras are so hard to illustrate here. Let me see if I can turn that. Does that make it better? No, that makes it worse. You kind of need the reflection here in order to get that. So there's something there, but it's not coming off that easily. It's not sticky, but it kind of looks like it should be sticky. It almost looks like this keyboard connector was replaced. Like it almost looks fluxy. But, here, where's my tweezers? Take a slow breath. Yeah, this looks like flux. What do you think of that? I think this is flux. Do you think this is all factory? I don't know. Do the smell test. The old sniffer. Get my old nose out. Do a little nose around. Let's see if this has been taken off in the past. Let me see if there's fingerprints back here. Yeah, I don't see fingerprints behind there. That's how a lot of times I can tell if someone's taking a sticker off. We have people who have returned motherboards who've changed stickers out that has like our serial numbers on them, and we can see their fingerprints underneath it. You can see that it's the Wi-Fi card. Look at this. And then we got a lot of stuff going on here. Santa, the Wi-Fi card. So I don't know. I'm almost inclined now to take it apart because we have evidence that we have something going on here. But and those 3-port lines should stay up on this debug line. Those should actually stay on. So that's strange too. Yeah, look at all that marring on that screw there. Look at this. There's more stuff going on here. What is this? And look, there's a rip. There's actually a kind of a scratch across that right there. Okay, people. Okay, well, let's change to visual inspection. I think that actually would be a wise decision because we might be going down a different path where we don't need to go to. So I'm going to take out the board. We're going to do visual inspection. We're going to check to make sure those power rails are coming up momentarily, and then we'll program it. And then it's not conformal coding. Yeah, it's not conformal coding. How big are these sticks here, though? 32 gig DDR5s. Woo! Wow. That's $700 right there, or $600. That's crazy. Can you believe that these two sticks right here are like $600 or $700? Wow. I won $1 million. Gold. We have gold. Wow. 32 gigs in this economy? I mean, this machine's 2 years old, so, or 3 years old. Steal it. I would never steal. I can't believe. $900. Well, I mean, it's laptop memory, so I don't know. I think we sell those for $260 or something. But that still may be too cheap. We keep having this issue where we put RAM in stock for a price, and then somebody comes and buys it all. And then I guess they're reselling it, so we must be selling it for too cheap. So then we keep having issues of stocking it because people are coming and buying it all. Oh my gosh, more of these screws. Oh. Okay. People, it's okay, it's okay. Take a deep breath, Nathan. Take a deep breath. All right, so right here we have a VRM cooler. So this is a VRM cooler for the back of the GPU. So it comes across here, and it sits on the VRMs right there. And here's our LCD connector. But it doesn't go on top of the LCD connector. It goes underneath it. So this goes down. There's a screw that goes through it. So this connector is supposed to be on top of it. So good times, great oldies. Good times, great oldies. We used to have a radio station that was, that was their slogan. Good times, great oldies. Magic 95. Ouch. Yeah, so we might have quite a few different things. Now, I don't know. Yeah, it looks bent, but I think that's the way it's supposed to go. So I don't know if we had the cause and effect thing going on here, right? So we see symptoms of somebody taking it apart, right? But we had, possible spill. I didn't see anything. The laptop doesn't turn on, right? So that means that, hey, the laptop stopped working. I thought it spilled, took it apart, didn't see anything, put it back together, and maybe messed up putting it back together. That's fine. That's fine. But did they make it worse? I don't know. So we will figure it out momentarily. It's a Friday build. Bob FM. Hey, you know Bob FM. Yeah, Bob used to be What was Bob? It used to be Z102, I think. Or something like that. Or Bob's 39. Yeah, anyway. People live in Austin. Is this glued? Bro. This is super glued. Is that super glue? That's... This won't open. This latch won't open. Come on, people. What do we do? Oh, Falcor, Atreyu. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Yo. Yeah. Okay, so this is super glue for sure, because this is broken. And it's glued. It's glued in place permanently. So, what's our plan of action now, people? We might be able to pull the board out enough to be able to unscrew the power button from the palm rest in order to keep this thing attached. I think that's what we're going to have to do. But, so that's super glue. Or we can unsolder it and keep that attached to it and then solder it back on later. No fix, move on. No fix. Somebody has been in here. So does that mean all this stuff is super glue too? I mean, I don't get it. I don't, no compute. No compute. Now I'm worried to see what it looks like under here. Is it the Wi-Fi card? Okay. See some dents. Okay, that came off fine. Snapped. Okay, we're okay. Nothing's mangled. I was worried about that. Okay. Can't fix stupid. Well, I mean, sometimes you break things on accident, because I can tell you right now that this is very easily forgotten about when you're pulling the motherboard out. So you unhooked everything, and then you lift the motherboard out, but you forget to unhook that, and it just kind of rips. So, and then you fix it however you can fix it, because otherwise you're going to have to pay somebody to fix it. But so I'm not going to say that it's that bad. Heat often helps. No disassemble. No disassemble, Johnny 5. I think we'll figure it out. Or we should just try flashing the EC chip when it's in here so we don't have to take the thing apart. That's what I'm starting to think. Because if we take it apart, then we might find more issues if we take it apart. Nail polish, acetone is better. Gosh, I don't have any of those heavy chemicals here. I got 99% alcohol. Johnny 5 is alive. The wire, this wire is the power button. So it hooks to the power button. So whenever I lift the board out, I can kind of get there and unscrew the power button, just let it kind of dangle. Disassemble. Everyone's, now they're doing all the short circuit quotes here. Heavy metals, ask your wife. I passed all my heavy metals tests. I got all my blood tests, and they said I have no lead in my system. So I can't get the lead out. They used to get the lead out day on the old radio when they used to play Led Zeppelin a lot. Bring the nail polish remover in. That will work. I mean, I have acetone at home. I definitely have acetone at home. Okay, so I have the motherboard unhooked here. I'm going to see if I can get it out of the way just enough to get to the power button. So slowly, do it bellissimo. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. So we'll unscrew this stuff. Okay, these are special screws. I need to keep them somewhere. Okay. Put it in a separate bowl. Short circuit is 40 years old. Johnny 5 will live on forever. Okay, no lead in your pencil? Well, it's a number 2. Number 2. All right, so there we go. It's attached forever. And the motherboard is out. I'm glad we didn't do the I'm glad we didn't do the EC chip. I can tell you that right now. Because I just saw something. And I don't know if you just saw that, saw a glimpse of it, but You see it? We have a problem. We have a problem. All right. So we got the motherboard out, and immediately I noticed that we do have a major issue that's probably catastrophic, I would say, but we don't know at this point. So we definitely had some sort of short on the board, and we had an exploded thingy, a thing that exploded. I don't know what the thingy is, but we will figure out in a second when we grab a board. What kind of thingy are we looking at here? So this board layout's a little different. It's close. It doesn't have that, whatever that thingy is. I mean, usually these are inductors that blow up like that because it's a power rail trying to feed another power rail that's completely shorted. But that thingy has an issue, whatever it is. And it's in this area here, but this is an R1 board, this is an R2, so the board layout's different. Actually, here I got this customer's board that doesn't turn on. Let me grab that one. That's an R2. A cap, caps usually don't blow up like that. It's inductors that blow up like that. At least that's in my, what I've seen. In my professional opinion, I've seen that. All right, here's an R2 board. So let's see what this R2 board looks like. Inductor, nailed it. So there it is. So this inductor right here is connecting one power rail to another, okay? It may be a 19-volt line. It probably is. I bet there's a short on one of these inductor or one of these MOSFETs that power the CPU or something like that, but we have two of them here. We got this and this. But whatever it is, that inductor kind of melted into a freaking ball, exploded. And we will need to address that. Look at all that carbon powder. And this right here is a molten ball of metal. Not liquid metal, but actual welding, like arc welding or TIG welding. I don't know which one's which, but... so, no fix. Next board. Should we do the Northwich style? Northwich fix style? I mean, do you think he would try to fix this? I don't know. I don't know. But I think I need to pull the heatsink. It almost does look like a liquid damage is here somewhere. I'm looking at this stuff over here, right here. You see that kind of looks oxidized, oxidation here, oxidation here. Here, I'll polarize it and see if that changes your aspect. That's with the polarizer on. Toss it. So what would cause that is a short. All right, let me pull the heatsink off. Let's see what we're working out with underneath the heatsink here. It's nice to have a power button attached that we don't have to worry about every time. Okay. Fans. Oh, the fans weren't even plugged in. Well, there's your sign. The fans weren't even plugged in. So, okay, here's what I want to ask you. I just realized this pole is still up here. Here's what I want to ask you. So based on the customer's note, which is, where it is, where's that note? Okay, based on the customer's note, this is what he says. Okay, we're gonna do some lawyer talk here. I think it got wet. Okay, he may not know it got wet or not, right? I opened it up and immediately it stopped working afterwards. I checked for moisture, couldn't find any. Okay, and now it will not power on. Okay, so he opened it up. Did he, and then I mean, the fans weren't plugged in. There's a big burn here. Do you think this happened after he put it back together? Or do you think it happened, like, I'm trying to figure out what we have cooking here. Do we have a situation where, okay, let's just, hypothetically, the machine had an EC issue and it just stopped turning on. It could just be something like that. Then he took it apart and then it blew up again. Like, do we have two issues is what I'm saying. Do we have more? Is it a compounding thing that we're about to deal with? That we're about to go down this rabbit hole, and I shouldn't even be doing this. But it's for science. We're doing it for science. It's an eBay laptop. No, I don't think it's an eBay laptop. Water shorted it out, okay. But he would have seen this. He would have opened it up and been like, oh, I see it. Just curb stomped the, oh gosh. Curb stomped the motherboard. Oh my gosh. That gives me flashbacks. What was it, what was that movie where they did that? Oh god, that was so bad. That was such a horrible movie. Okay. American History X, is that right? Is that what it was? Okay. Ready? Okay, we have liquid metal. Yeah, that was so bad, Kurt. Okay, we have liquid metal. I see signs of leakiness here. So if we go symptom-wise, we have like a little splatter that way, a little splatter that way over here. But if you look here, I'm not seeing too much overflowing. Now, there's no liquid metal on the GPU because that's just how they operate, even though this is like a 40, or a 40 series? So that might be a 4080, but it might be a 3080 Ti. That's a huge chip, though. Here, let's see what we got. Let me get rid of this, some of the stuff. Office Space? Office Space was filmed about a block from here. Did you know that? Because it's from Austin. It's in Austin. Office Space was on the next street over. On Breaker. Breaker 19. All right, let's see what we got. This is a huge chip. I would say it's huge. Okay, so we have a G20 E8 A1. Yeah, so that's going to be a 3080 Ti. 3080 Ti. Not too shabby, and this is probably an i9, I bet. So we're kind of looking. We do have liquid metal splattering out here. I'm not convinced that it's the cause, but it could be. Look for liquid metal splatters. I mean, if there was liquid damage, let me check the keyboard. Because we're seeing it on this side, and then that would probably mean that it's on the keyboard side, too, right? Aha! Aha! We do have liquid damage. Right there. Right there. Okay? So this board right here is going to be the USB board, and some other stuff. This will probably need to be replaced for sure. And then I'm going to look anywhere else. See a little bit of splatters here. So I think there was liquid damage. I concur that there's liquid damage. But he didn't see any to speak of. There's liquid right there. So. Go. Need a curb punch this thing. Oh god. Curb stomp it. Alright, let me take all these covers off of here. We're going to take the liquid metal. This has been off of here too. People, I don't know why everybody has to be so vague on purpose, but this has been taken off before. It's just coming right off like no big deal. Let's see if we have fingerprints on here. I'm telling you, it's like Greg House was a genius. Everybody lies. Everybody lies. What is that? What is that? Yep. All right, let's clean this off, and then we'll go around the board and see if we can find anything else, and then... yeah. We'll do it this way, I guess. This guy take it to another shop? He does not... I don't know. I kind of want to call him on the phone right now. I'm like, dude, tell me some information. Give me some information. Well, you know, and it was funny, is I always tell the people, I mean, after we do a live stream and say, hey, I worked on a live stream, you can go back and watch it. So a lot of people are going to, he's going to watch this stream. So we're going to get some more information later, but I would love to know more information now. Because the vagary of it is just, doesn't make sense. The vagary, is that a word, vagary? Am I making that up? Or am I inventing it? Did the connector fall off? Yeah, fell off. It fell off while it got ripped off. So we do have liquid metal out here just a little bit. It's funny because it looks like thermal paste was added to this because there wasn't much liquid metal in there. So to speak of, you saw how easy that was to clean up. So I think that was mainly just thermal compound. I'm going to take this little cover off too, and this is coming off easy too. No problem. What in the what? Interrogation time, I know. We're going to have to put it through a forensics thing. I'm going to collect all the hairs that I find in here or any evidence. Forensics team. Yeah, see, there's not much liquid metal to speak of here. Still want to make sure I don't get any drops anywhere. Okay. That looks pretty bueno. Unless I missed something. You guys see anything? Use my finger at the end here. Okay. It seems a little fishy. Should I smell it and see if it smells like fishy? Oh, it smells burnt. Oh. Why did I smell right on the burn spot? All right, let's just look down here real quick. What the what? What the what is that? Is that? I don't know what that is. What is that? What is that? It was like an artist putting a little dot on there or something? I don't know. Okay. Is this... There's flux on here too. Look, that's flux. There's flux on the BIOS chip. This has been resoldered. The BIOS chip's been resoldered. Why? Why? I need to have a checkbox that says, has somebody else worked on this? I need to have a fee for that. Or just like a guarantee, like basically they have to pay the repair fee regardless. Or so, I don't know. But we're doing this for science. It's actually kind of entertaining, you know. See if we can fix somebody else's mistake. That's why I end up doing it more than anything. But all right, so BIOS chip has been messed with. So does that mean we even have a good BIOS on it? I don't know. So we can put one of those on there if we need it. Okay. This looks like, see how these memory chips are all dirty? It looks like there's heatsink compound that's had been all over them. That right there tells me that that one cover has been off at one point, and we also peeled off very easily, so we're gonna do that. So we're gonna have to look under the chips for liquid metal probably. I bet a drip of liquid metal got somewhere. What goes there? I feel like we're missing something right there, but maybe this doesn't have that option. More flux right there. That whole port's been replaced, or something. What is going on with this board? What am I looking at? How is this even like a person's computer? Did they change every port out on it just for fun? What is the serial number on this thing? This to me seems like fishy. Where's the serial number on this? I'm gonna read the serial number and we're gonna get down to the bottom of this. If I can find the serial number. Where is it on this board? Serial number's under the SSD. Okay. What we got? What we got? Repair denied. Repair denied. That's like Wayne's World. Stairway denied, man. All right, I'm just gonna pull this off. I just want to see what the serial number is. Now, there's a chance that this serial number is a internal Dell serial number, because that's what it kind of looks like to me. It looks like this is not a real machine that was supposed to be released to the public. And if that's the case, then get this thing out of my shop right now. Let's see. Serial number. It's a real one. So if we had this as a internal Dell like proprietary machine, this would be an X right here. So this is a second revision of this. And but I've seen these show up before where there's an X here, X01 or X00 or whatever, so it's an XREV machine, and those are highly illegal because that means they were stolen internally from Dell themselves. So the board is legit, but why the heck does it look like every single port's been resoldered or something? Anyway, I'm interested to clean this up. We're going to mess with it just for science, just for a little bit. I don't want to put too much effort into it because, hey, this is completely... I mean, it's probably fixable, but it's ridiculous that I have to put myself through this, right? Let me get the rest of this stuff off of here. You worked at Dell Center in 2006 and things were given to techs. Yeah, that's the given to techs thing is what always gets me, because I've definitely gotten that stuff before and it says it on there, and I know for a fact that it's not given because they're supposed to destroy that stuff. All right, let's clean this area up and see if we can make sense of it. We might just put a calibrated wire across there if we need to. Yeah, let's short it, or measure the short too. We got 900 viewers, and if you guys are in the chat, or if y'all are there, hit the like button, please, just to get that up, moving up the rankings, please. All right, do we have a short here? So we don't have a short here. Why? Did we have a short at one point? There's a short on this capacitor, though. That's what it is. So this power rail right here, I wonder how all the power gets onto this power rail, but whatever energizes this, let me check here. Okay, it must be coming off here. Okay, so the main power rail comes through these inductors here, energizes this power rail to power the CPU through all those MOSFETs, and then we have it coming through this to get to this power, to power this area, and this is shorted right here. All right, so this thing blew up to isolate itself. It's not connected anymore. Let's figure out what is shorted over here, and then we can see if we can resolve that. Then we can just put a properly calibrated whatever across there. We're going to have to use a Dremel in order to get rid of this big solder ball here, because this is a molten ball of metal, so it was actually having some TIG welding or whatever welding. And then I also kind of want to look and see if we have anything under the CPUs or anything like that. But let's start with some voltage injection. All right, what do we need? We're going to go thermal, but let me set up our voltage injection tool. You guys want to go thermal? We're going to go thermal, man. Okay, voltage injection. What was the current on that, or the resistance, sorry? What was the resistance on this short? So we have 0.4. And on this side we have 0.1. Okay, so that's 0.1. So that's ground. So this is probably, no, they're both 0.1. Okay, so that means that's a dead short. So that means that, to me, seems like it could be even a piece of liquid metal, for all I know. Now again, I don't think it can be this unless it's inside the board layer. We're about to know in a second. And I could clean up this carbon if you want me to do that first. Yeah, let's do that. We'll clean up all the carbon stuff so it doesn't... This is all conductive here too, so let's clean this up. One of Daryl's toothbrushes. So I did have, so if you guys missed it, Daryl sent me like 180 toothbrushes. And so I have tons of these toothbrushes. And last stream I said, hey, if you just put a note on an order, I'll send you an autographed toothbrush. And so I had some people order some stuff and had me autograph the toothbrushes, and I mailed them out to them. So Offer still stands. If you guys are interested, if you just place an order on my website, just put a note saying, hey, I want one of Nathan's autographed toothbrushes. I'll send you one. All right. All right, let's see if that resolved it. Whew, look at that. That's fugly. That's fugly. The ball went away. Where'd you go, ball? Great balls of fire. All right, so we have 0.4 on that side. 0.4. Do I not have a good ground? I don't know. There we go. 0.16, 0.16. Okay, so we still have it. Now it could be completely inside of this. That's messed up. Because I can see some vias and some traces here. But we will figure out momentarily. Place your bets. Is it inside the board layer? Or is it inside the GPU? Or is it inside the CPU? Or is it just a capacitor? A happy little capacitor that's shorted somewhere that blew that up? That would be the question. So since we're close to 0, we need to be close to 0 on our voltage. 0.4 is usually what I go to when we have close to 0. So 0.4 volts on the dial here. I'm thinking that we're probably going to end up having board layers. But the only problem with that idea is that we have, so here's what I want you to kind of take in account, so maybe it's not board layers. This side is not shorted, okay, so if I measure the ground here, this side's not shorted. Wait, this side is shorted. What? Oh, yeah, it's not shorted. Okay, this side is not shorted, so this whole power rail right here is not shorted, that's not shorted. So none of that's shorted, but the other side is shorted, and this was just connecting that power rail to that power rail. And I've seen this commonly. If we have it where we're supplying power and it goes through an inductor and tries to power something that is shorted, then this inductor will blow up, okay? So that means that whatever's causing this to be shorted is probably unrelated to this. All right? If it's board layer, new board, please. This board is so expensive. This has a 3080 Ti in it. I actually have a guy who wants one of these boards right now. I think it's gonna be like $1,200 or something. I mean, ridiculous. Whatever it is, it's ridiculous. All right, so we got 0.4. Let's go here. So 3 amps on that side. If I go on this side, 5 amps. So this is going to be the ground side. This is going to be the shorted side because we have lower amps going through there. We're going to have to go thermal. Going thermal now. All right, so we have our P2 Pro pulled up here. And any of this equipment, there's links in the video description. I've been pretty good at updating the links because everyone's asked me for that. Like I put the rubber mat down there, did all that. So if you ever need anything, I had the links there. Okay, weird. So it is hot where I'm actually injecting. So does that mean it's one of these tantalum capacitors that are shorted? I doubt that. I don't know if I've ever seen that. But let's look around and see if we see any other area getting warm. Move away. Let's try it again. So right there it's getting hot for sure, but that could just be me injecting right there, so I'm not that worried about it right this second. Okay, so let me try this other side. What I'm looking for is just some diffuse heat, but it should go away when I move away the heat. No? Okay, let's inject voltage and look at this closely. We'll do that view, that view. There we go. All right, so I'm going to put alcohol in this area then. We'll just see what's getting hot. Now, if it just is bubbling in this area or one of those are getting hot, then it will evaporate. It's right here. Bro, it's right there. It's right there. Okay, so whoever said it was a capacitor is correct. This inductor was energizing this area right here, and this whole pad. Can you see it? This is a whole pad right here. It goes across there. So we have these big tantalum capacitors or electrolytics, and then we have these ceramic capacitors. This is ground. This is positive. This is cracked, so it's shorted. So when this tries to energize this just explodes almost like a fuse in a way, because this right here is cracked and shorted. Okay. Okay. So we're going to replace both of those because the one right next to it looks not very happy either. But you can see that crack right there. Very nice. Very nice. Just a proper nice repair. Now, does it fix the board? No. Is it the cause of the issue? I don't know. To me, it could be all unrelated. It could be spill, EC, and blown capacitor, and short person taking it apart, and I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Both cracked. The other one isn't probably cracked, but it does have that weird little line on it, and so because that capacitor probably got a lot of heat, we're going to replace it anyway. With a brand new capacitor. We only put brand new capacitors on it. Actually, I might be able to put a brand new capacitor on it if I knew what it was. Always a 2-cent part for a $1,200 machine. Shoot. Dope. Dope. Dropping stuff. Is the third cap missing? Sometimes it's just a no pop, so not non-populated part. It's very common. You'll see that all over the board. So it's missing, yes, in a way. It's probably on the schematic that's there, but they a lot of times just don't, or they call it no stuff. I call it no pop. Either way. So we're gonna take this off of here. Take both of those guys. We'll take the little bottoms off. Get off of it. Okay. New board, new parts. Okay, so the board should actually not be shorted anymore. Let's see. Short is gone. The short is gone. Will it turn on? I don't know. Okay, so we should be able to replace a part here somehow. Somehow, some way. Now, if it's just a matter of connecting this together, we should be able to pull that off. And so, we have a donor board somewhere, but it's not the same one. The board that we were looking at is a customer's board, so I can't use that as a donor board, but and the short is gone. But, let's see. Here's a donor board. This one's already missing a bunch of components, so we'll use this for approximation of these parts that we need. So there's those two capacitors. They do exist on this board too. They look a little bit bigger, maybe. I don't know. I don't care. Bigger is better, right? And then we do have an inductor there, so we're going to use that inductor also. So we'll take this guy right here, and we'll take those two guys right there. Now, how are we going to get that across, soldered on there? I don't know. I'm just going to do my best I can. But let me pull these guys off. Actually, let me prep the board. Let's prep this board first. All right. So we are going to use some flux and some fresh water. And I don't know how we're going to do that inductor yet. We'll see. All right, so we have those, and we can put it on any one we want, really, but use thin wire instead. I mean, the problem with doing that is, like, the inductor's there for a reason. I hate doing stuff non-legit, especially if I'm doing a real fix. Now, if we're just doing it for testing, that's fine for science. This might need to be ground down right there. I don't know. Like, that pad's gone right there. I don't know how well you can see that. So this is gone. This is there, that's there, that's there. Then we have some stuff under here that I'm kind of worried about touching. So I may be inclined to... We might need to put some solder mask in that hole first, down inside of there, just to kind of fix that. Let me grind these down. It's like I hate doing so much work for testing. So maybe we should just do the jumper wire first. Just to use a wire and mask it. I just want it, I'm going to jump it first just to see if it works. If the board does turn on and start working, then we'll have to do it kind of correctly. Does that make sense? Because, well, yeah, we're going to have to mask a lot of the stuff. We're going to have to kind of grind that. It's just going to be a lot more work. So wire it is. And we'll use a properly calibrated wire. I have a whole spool of properly calibrated wire. And allow it to blow out pretty easy. It's almost like a fuse wire. We're going to hot wire it first. Like, we don't even need those capacitors either, so. Oh, I need tissue. I need work for repairing stuff. Proper nice, proper nice. Sorry, I got stuff stuck all over the end of this flux thing. Okay. I'm going to turn the board around so I can come in with on the other side with the wire. Where are we at? Okay, I don't know. Still having a hard time thinking about what I'm going to solder to. I guess I could solder to here, to this capacitor, or something like that, or to this inductor. All right. Is this connected to the same plane? Those are connected. So what is this connected to? Is that connected to this plane? No? Okay, so we can connect to this side of the capacitor if we wanted to. I'm just going to run the wire through here to over here, and then we're going to hook it right there. Is that okay? Or do you think that's completely ridiculous? Because I don't want to try to solder onto that area. Sand away the blast residue. Did I get... I thought I got most of it. Is that not good enough? Should we get more of it gone? I concur. The concurrence is strong with this crowd. Okay. So I'm just going to put it right there. Need more solder. Oh, why doesn't I want solder? What are you doing? Okay, I think we're good. It looks so pretty. Better than factory. That's what we can call better than factory. Okay. Let me clean this up a little bit. And we'll just cover the whole thing in solder mask, and it's brand new. Oh. That's the new inductor, the properly calibrated inductor wire. Yeah, I think we'll be able to figure out some way of hooking the inductor in there. Okay, but that will at least get us by. I'm not even going to worry about putting these caps on right this second. Deal. The caps are not required to start the board. I just want to see if this board even starts. We could have a blown CPU. We could have some other issue where it's not starting up. I just want to see if this thing even turns on. Otherwise, waste of time. I've done this before where I've had to spend so much time rebuilding something and making it look all pretty, and then the board still didn't even work anyway, so. Okay. So let's get a DC jack. The temp inductor. Yeah, and it is very thin wire, so it could blow very easily, so it is kind of fuse wire. So in case it does blow out again. I don't know how much current's supposed to go down that line. Are Alienware is a bad idea? This is not my first video. I only work on Dell and Alienware, so that's what you're going to see. You're going to see only Dell and Alienware machines. It doesn't have anything to do with a bad idea. I only work on those. So if I was a BMW repair shop, all I would work on is BMWs, right? If I was a... What the... I just saw this. Did you see this? Look at that. You see that? It freaked me out for a second. I changed one of these latches out the other day. It was just sitting here still. I was like, wait a minute, did that one just fall off? No, it was like on Friday I had to change one of those. It was for a touchpad, and it was still sitting here. Whew. Okay, we're ready to plug this in. We're gonna go thermal though. Why is my thermal so laggy today? Why are you laggy, thermal? Okay, all right, so GPU, CPU, chipsets built onto this one. So I'm gonna plug in the power. Okay, 0.01, 0.02. That's what we want. That's what we want. Okay, so I'm gonna press the power button in 3, 2, 1. I pressed it. I pressed it. I pressed it. Okay, so that's not working. So the next question is, A, does this power button work because it's glued on there? Or B, is the machine even, the power rails coming up and all that stuff? So let me test our 3 volt and our 5 volt. 3 volts up and running. 5 volt is not. And 3 volts not now. Hold on, let me reset it. Plug it in. We don't have RAM, it doesn't matter. The machine should still power on. So now it's giving that EC issue, that EC symptom. See, this is what kind of gets me, is that I've seen a lot of these where the EC has gotten corrupted from like a Windows update or something. Then somebody thinks it's something else that's wrong with it, then they took it apart and then they caused something else. I think the EC needs to be programmed now. But let me just make sure that we have constant voltage on our programming headers, and then we'll program that, and it should come on after that. I don't know. Or we're going to throw this thing against the wall. We should have 3 volts on these programming lines. 3 volts. Is it staying on? It is. What about this one? Staying on, staying on, staying on. Okay, so now we're good to program because the programming headers aren't working, but I want to just make sure that our power buttons, the power button that's super glued on there is not working. So we're going to jump this power button here. Let's see if the board turns on. I feel like everything's laggy today on my stream. It's crazy. Everything's crunching some numbers. I'm not seeing it pull any current here. And do we have power on our power button? We do. But the fact that the 3 volt and the 5 volt power rails are turning back off, it does look like an EC issue. Let's program the EC chip. It won't take that much longer. And then we'll see if we can get this thing to turn on. And then we'll see if I'm the greatest technician that's ever lived. No change, no change. Give me a second, let me grab the EC programmer. Clean my mess. I hate a messy desk, hate it. Use flux. The super glue is not conductive. I don't think it is either. I don't use super glue in my everyday board repair. Who does? Is that a common thing that repair people use, is super glue? Okay, we're gonna go this route. 2 on this side, 2 on this side. All right, so our EC chip is responsible, it's called the embedded controller. It's responsible for running a loop of code similar to like a microcontroller, and it connects to a bunch of GPIOs, which are general input and output ports or pins that are reading input presses like keyboard, but also the power button. And it's also talks to the charge controller or the power management chip to charge the battery. it does a lot of stuff. And if that thing is having an issue, then the board won't start up. And you have to manually program these on this board because of the way that's set up. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me? My audio still good? I just dropped my microphone receiver. Hopefully it's still good. Are we good? Okay, thanks. Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to plug in USBs here. All right, so we have this. This is going to be my EC programmer. I have a link to the video description. Anytime you ask for things like, do you have that or where's the link? It's just in the video description. So just, you don't have to ask. You just go down there and find it. It's under all the EC programming stuff. These Shark Bytes are down there too, or PC Bytes, they're in there too. These are expensive. They're like $400 for this programmer, but it's worth it. For me, at least. Definitely made my money back. These Shark Byte, or PC Bytes, I don't even want to call them Shark Bytes. PC Byte programmers are, you buy the whole kit. They're pretty expensive now. I think they keep going up in price, but they're definitely worth it too. All right, so the gist of it is I have 4 different lines that I have to connect to on this motherboard, and instead of soldering it on there, I'm going to use these little needle point tips that can actually sit down like this in any orientation, and I don't have to solder, which is nice. And this is going to be our pinout for our first 4 pins that we're going to need to connect to. Actually, I need to tin these pads so it actually has something to connect to a lot better or easier. So let me get this solder off of here and tin these pads. Where did my flux go? So we're only doing these first 4 here. Gerbil Bites. Hello from France. Welcome. Good morning, or good afternoon for you guys. Bonjour. Bonjour. Comment allez-vous? My kids speak French. I don't speak French, so I don't really know it that well. Okay. All right, so I have this set up, and so what I'm going to do anyway, so we got the first 4 pins. I got blue, yellow, green, purple. That's what I have wired onto my thing here. These are my own colors, so you can choose whatever color you like. I have another programmer that I only have all one color, and I have to kind of really think about it. But I like to put them in order like this, and it makes it a lot easier for me to put them on the pads. And then once we are able to connect to the controller, we can extract the code and then rewrite new code on there, and then that should fix it. And then Bobby is your uncle. Wait, purple. I wasn't doing purple there. Purple's over here. Do kids speak French too? Yeah, I don't speak French, but my kids speak French, yes. My daughter wants to be an engineer in France, so she's been studying French for a long time, and so she's getting into an engineering program and headed off to France to do that. Aerospace engineering or something. Okay, here we go. So our first one's going to be blue on the first pin here. Oh. So I'm just going to set that there, like so. The next one's going to be yellow. The trick is to not get them to run into each other because it's kind of a tight fit on these pins. So I got to have to be creative with the way I set them on here. There we go. Got those 2. Next one's going to be green. Oh, expensive owning a repair shop. Mentally draining owning a repair shop. A machine shop. That's what you're saying. Machine shop is expensive, I bet. But doing any of this type of stuff is a grind in general. Every single day you're doing the same thing over and over and over again. And you're dealing with, but then you also have to deal with customers and satisfaction and follow-ups, and some things become rabbit holes. And all right, so those look pretty good. I think so. There we go. Okay. Plug in the programmer. Let me pull up my programming software. This comes with the programmer, so you're going to ask whether you get that. It's when you buy the programmer, you get this software. whenever I get it pulled up. Let's see. Can't remember what view I'm using here for this. Okay, so you can kind of see what I'm doing here. I don't have the chat up there right now while I'm doing this because it's a lot easier to not do that. All right, so there you go. So I have it all connected here. I'm going to use my programmer. I need to connect to the programmer. And then I'm going to select the board, or you can select the chip or programmer. We're actually programming a 9542GF chip, which is going to be an E&E chip. So I selected an E&E chip. And then we're going to be using the soldering method, which is not really what we're doing, but we are kind of doing the probes there. So I just sent that programming to my EC programmer. And then now we're going to test the connection, make sure we're connected to the board, but we're not. And it's because we need to power it on. We need to power the board on, so we need to plug it in, and that will energize those pins. So now we can test connection. We did connect it properly. So I'm going to read it, and we're going to do a backup of the customer's data. Always, that's what we do. That's my routine. So give me a second, and I'll back that up. What is their repair ID number? 26033. This is an R2, right? Yep. So Alienware X17R2. And so I'm just backing that up right now. So that's just basically reading the contents that they currently have on there, which is corrupted anyway, most likely, maybe, I don't know. Could be something else on the board. But this right here just rules this out because the symptom that I'm seeing is exactly the symptom I always see. And so now I'm going to write a new one on here. I already have one extracted from a Dell BIOS, so that's what we're going to use. And so I'll just get that loaded in there without really showing you. And so we're loading that on there now. And so it's going to write it onto the chip, and then it's going to read it back to verify. So it is plugged in. The board's plugged in. So that's powering that on right now. You just can't see any of that stuff. So my app concurs. Everyone concurs. All right, now it's verifying. So it's reading it again and verifying it based on what was in the buffer to make sure everything's good. And so like doing this right here will totally, I mean, this would kind of just alleviate any question whether it's the EC chip or not. So we're good now. That's all we needed. So now I can unplug this. I can get all this stuff out of the way. It's either going to work or not work with this EC chip symptom, but power surges like that have shorted out or caused issues with EC chips a lot. So we just need to rule that out anyway. Okay. You got to be very careful with these. These are needle tips, and they can get damaged very easily, so that's why I'm very fragile or very careful with them. Okay. Glade plugins. Smells good. Hello, hello. All right, let me put this away. Okay. All right, y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna go thermal because that's who we are. We're thermal addicts. And I don't know why my thermal camera's so slow. Why are you so slow, buddy? It's weird. It's usually not so laggy looking. I might need to reboot it. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna plug in the power. Will it boot or will it not? Boom time. So power's plugged in, 0.01, 0.02. We did see something get hot over here for a second. You saw that? That was the power management chip right here. Why did it get hot for a second? I have no idea. But I'm going to press the power button in 3, 2, 1. And CPU's coming on, but only coming on at 5 watts. And you see that corner's all messed up on that CPU? You see how it's all heating up right there in that one corner? and then it shut back off. And it's coming back on, 0.265 watts. I think this board's messed up. And the GPU is not coming on at all. We have something going on over here. It may be a short in this area. This is why thermal cameras are very useful. You see how we're kind of diagnosing it. We're only pulling 5 watts, but you can see all the stuff that's coming on at different cycles. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's very important, like, to own one of these thermal cameras in order to do this, and then having it hands-free is a lot easier too. So we either have some sort of startup issue with the CPU, or I don't know what this is, but it's over here, and this should all be coming on right now. We should have all of the VRAM and the GPU coming on, but that's not happening either. Now, do you remember what we talked about also is that the main BIOS, yeah, that's what, exactly. Do you remember this? Do you remember this right here? Do you remember that guy that has all the solder around it and looks like it's been resoldered and it has flux around it? It's like, I mean, did they do something with that? Does that have bad programming? And then what was getting hot over here? It wasn't getting like super hot, but it was in this area. One of these. And then there was the power management chip. That's what did that spike of heat at first when we first plugged it in. So let me plug it in again. We'll look right, let's see, right there. Ready? See, it gets really hot. Now, I don't know if that's, I don't think that's correct what it should do. So I can measure around there. I don't want to spend too much more time on this because I feel like this is a waste of time, personally. But for science, you know, we can do what we can do. Let's see if the power rails are actually coming up and staying on now, because that was the thing that we weren't having happen earlier, but we did change the, reprogram the EC chip. So here's our 3 volt and our 5 volt. You remember when we plugged it in, the 3 volt would turn off after a little while, so I'm just going to measure right here. Plug it in. 3 volts staying on. Staying on. Staying on. See, it was an EC chip programming 100% right there. So we fixed that. We fixed that. That wasn't doing that before. So, see, this is what ends up happening is you kind of chip away at little issues, and then you get a little bit further, and you're like, okay, well, I already put this effort in. Let's just keep going a little bit more, right? So I think we need to program the BIOS chip to move on. Which won't take that long. See, all that stuff is just not like, well, it won't take that long to do that. So let's just do that real quick, you know? It's like, come on, come on. So maybe let's do a vote. Go ahead and put a vote up, please. That says, should we continue working on this, or should we move on to the next one? So move on or continue working on it. The plan would be to probably program the BIOS next, and then that might be it anyway, but I don't know. But we'll have a vote here in a second. Everyone, it's a democracy, you see? It's a democracy. I got a lot of move-ons in there. Move on, move on, move on. Look at all those move-ons. BIOSes are boring. All right, so votes are up on both channels, or whatever. Continue working on this. So the question is, continue working on it or not to continue, right? So I'm going to, oh, the votes are flying in. Votes are flying in. Let me see if I can get the poll up there for you. There you go. So continue working on this. Right now it's saying 60% yes, 70% yes. So a lot of people want to continue working on it. Wow. It's not, at this point, it's not for profit, it's for science. That's true. That's the way you have to think about it, is that we're doing this just for our curiosity, right? Is this going to fix it? Can we solve the unsolvable problem? Can we solve something that someone messed up so bad and sent to us and messed with us? $1,200 fix? You're a genius if it works. I mean, I feel like I've fixed worse than this at this point, but I don't know. No way. Move on, move on, move on, move on. For learning. We're learning. Yep. Went this far, right? Exactly. That's kind of the thing. We're learning. And for your ego, I have to have my ego right here. That's right. Got to get the pat on the back. Got to get that pat on the back. For the love of Dell. like that. For the love of Dell. So far, it looks like 70%-ish. So only 30% want to move on. Huh. BIOS isn't going to fix the borked board CPU. That's if the CPU is bad. But you think about it like this, is that the BIOS has a programming on it that kind of tells a startup or how it's going to start the board. I don't know if it's, you know, telling that core to come on when it first comes on and then it can't get past it because it's stuck in a boot loop or stuck in the BIOS that isn't explaining anything. So the fact that we have only the edge of the CPU lit up doesn't 100% mean that it's a bad CPU. It could just mean that it's part of that first startup process, right? So that's kind of my thought process, is like, if we just put some software on there, probably maybe real quick. Oh my gosh, you guys, yes, that's right. I don't know why I keep saying all this funny things, but it just comes out, I guess. It just comes out. Probably maybe. Probably maybe. Cracked CPU power rail chip. I'm in business. We pause and we make sure we can fix it. My contribution for the wasted MOSFETs from the video yesterday. Oh, that was your laptop. Or no, were you just helping me then? Thank you, because yeah, I hate putting things on there, Mega. Yeah. I hate putting all these brand new MOSFETs on things and then I'm like, well, it doesn't do anything. Thank you so much for that contribution. That's very generous of you. Soldered, programmed with the wrong BIOS. Yeah, I mean, there's so much evidence that stuff has gone on. I wish they would have said, went to other shop first. I thought it was, like, that's all they have to do is put, say, one sentence. Send it to somebody else. Or my cousin looked at it. Or whatever, you know. Say something that it at least tells me that somebody has worked on it, besides us having to kind of figure it out. So, 36%, 28% still they want to move on. I'd say try a BIOS and call it. That's what I'm thinking. So I'll tell you what. At this point, because the votes are pointing towards continue on, I'd say we'll write a new BIOS on it. If that doesn't work, then dishes are done, man. That's it. We're not doing it anymore. We're gonna dip the chip and end it. No double dipping. The CPU is not a set prom. Agree. Replace the flux capacitor. Yes, that's what we should actually do, is replace the flux capacitor on this. BIOS is shredded. Concur. We got concurs. Concurs are coming out the wazoo, man. Okay, so let's get to it. So X17R2. Let's see if I even have a BIOS for it. If we have a BIOS, then that's even easier because I just write it on there. Let's see what I got. I should have a BIOS because I'm very good at creating BIOSes. Yeah, look at this. These are all the X17R2 machines that I've worked on with BIOS issues. Boom. So so I have one right here, a Clean Me working with it's an L613P BIOS that I've already created. So I can definitely load that on there. It will be very easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Mac and cheesy. So let me get my BIOS programmer pulled up. And this should be a R256JV or Q, something like that. Okay. Which one we got? R256JV. I called it. All right, so let's get our programmer out. So I have my T48 or 48T. What is it? I can't remember. Anyway, pogo pen. So it fits on there, and you just kind of press it down. I know I always reiterate all that stuff just because people are always asking, what is that thing? So there's pin 1. Here's pin 1 here. Remember not to laugh or breathe. That's correct. that's what ends up happening. So I'm going to line this up here. We just need to remember the chip number. It's an R256JV. So I'm just going to line that up there. We're going to pull up our chip reading software. Oop. And need to detect it. So an R256JV right there, select. And then I always back up their contents because that's the correct thing to do. You want the side view of the pins? Okay, give me a second. Side view of the pins touching. Uh-oh, bad read. Let me try it again. So we gotta read again. Chinese super glue is no good. Snow jokes. Don't eat the yellow snow. So kind of what ends up happening here is that because I have to keep this perfectly still, you guys are not allowed to tell me jokes and make me laugh. It's frozen. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, it's this guy. So this is the original BIOS. So we got his original BIOS backed up. Now we're going to load the new one into the buffer, which was somewhere in here. Right there, that guy. Okay, let me line this up. You guys went to the side views and stuff. All right, let me just redetect, make sure we are detected still. We are, and then I'm going to start programming. Now this is your time to shine where you don't make me laugh. Got some Scotch tape. I want to make a bracket, like a 3D printed bracket that goes over this, and I can just kind of press down very easily, and it keeps it symmetrically level with all my free time. This is serious business. Remember when we had the internet? We need another pip screen. Just don't look at flipping chat. Thick rubber bands. You guys are so funny. Okay, we're erasing. This is the most crucial part. How do you know the BIOS is dead? I don't, but we know that there was information that people had soldered on the BIOS chip. That's why. BIOS chip itself is not dead because we're reading it. Fingers are numb yet? Yes, I could feel it. Feel the pain right now. What's the yellow and can't swim? An excavator. Wasn't there an old movie that had an excavator in the bottom of a swamp? Or a lake or something? Trying to stay still. I think your backup is corrupt. I hope not. That scared me. Oh, that scared me, Mark Anthony. Actually, right there where it was verifying is whenever I almost jumped. Whew. Okay, we got it. We got it. Oh, okay. So we got it first try. So we were able to program the EC chip first try. We were able to program the BIOS chip first try. We were able to, I don't know, what else did we do first try? We did a lot of stuff first try, I feel like. But that is good to go. And I can close these poles. We don't need the poles up anymore. Okay. All right. We're going to go thermal. We're going thermal. Let's do it. All right, so GPU, CPU. So we should actually have the whole CPU light up. We should also see all this kind of light up in this area here. If this doesn't work, then we're moving to the next board, which is a lot of fun. All right, so plugged in the power. We got 0.01, 0.05, 0.01. I like that better than what we were getting before. Okay, and then now, press the power button, 3, 2, 1. Still the same. 5 watts, and that corner's lighting up right there. And that's lighting up. So BIOS is fine. It wasn't a BIOS issue at all. And probably a messed up CPU. We can look at the edges, but we're not gonna work on this anymore. We're gonna do womp womps, wompity womp womps. But for curiosity, I just want to look down the edge and see if we have any splatters of liquid metal or something like that down in here. I don't see anything. And we could also do the hit test too, where we hit the board on the desk to see if anything moves around. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it's done. I think it's another $1,200 board that got messed up. What's that? Nothing. Okay, we're done. The dishes are done, man. Okay. Well, that's a sad one. I couldn't save this laptop. I couldn't save this laptop. I couldn't save this laptop. I feel like I can't save all these laptops. I can't save them all. And that's exactly why I do post machines that I don't fix, right? Because if I only posted laptops I fixed, it's unrealistic. The world is unrealistic. It's not like that. So we're moving on to the Precision 5560. Works only on battery, which can be fun or can be not fun. All right, I'm using 2 screw bowls right now onto this one. You get 2 screw bowls. But luckily, I have tons of screw bowls because Daryl sent me in more screw bowls. So we can grab another one here. And I've put stickers in all the new ones now too. Poor laptop, poor laptop. Yeah, I may send it through or revisit it later or whatever, you know. That's generally what we do is, like, if I don't fix it on a stream, I'll always look at it again before I call the customer and tell them it's a no-go. So, because I don't like just giving up, but plus it's a lot of money to tell someone that they have to pay. Okay. Let's clean this up. They sent in a beyond the repair machine. Yeah, that's true. What the frick is that? Is that another one of these latches? I don't know what that came off of, but I think I must have flipped my thing. I have all this stuff up here. I think I must have flipped it, and I'm having like pieces coming and flying everywhere because it looks like latches and chips and all this stuff is coming everywhere. I need to remember to throw that stuff out. Send it to Sor, and he can put it in his box of brand new parts. Okay, we're ready. 55.6 and Precision. So Precision 5560 is the same as an XPS 9510. It's the same machine, identical. Except it's like a charcoal gray, and it has a professional GPU in it, professional graphics. So this is like the charcoal gray version. Very nice and proper. All right. So, all right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a Dell Precision 5560. Now, this machine's about a 2021 model. They said they can't use the laptop on any of the USB ports at all. All 3 of them don't work, but it does power off the battery. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. I almost didn't know what I was going to say there. I totally kind of spaced out for a second. I went to my back office in my head for a second and then came back and said, hey, I should continue speaking here. So let me get our power meter set up for our USB-C. Do I have that open? Got too many things down here. Okay. Proper nice, proper nice. Johnny, what you got? Great job. Enjoyed your videos. Keep up the great work. Retired PC tech from the Philippines. Thank you so much there, Johnny. Thank you so much. All right, we'll pull up our power meter. There we go. All right, so now we have the USB power meter pulled up, which I have right here. I just have it on the screen. So we're going to plug it in. There's 2 ports on this side, there's 1 port on this side. Well, actually, let's see if it turns on without plugging it in first. That's what it's supposed to be able to do. So am I getting a keyboard backlight or anything? I'm not getting anything. It might be dead now. She's dead. She's dead. Yeah, Precision, the 55 or 5000 series Precisions are basically XPSs. And so they only have USB-C. The 7000 series Precisions are going to be the big, fat, thick ones that have a barrel jack. Although the new Pro Maxes, like Montgomery in the chat just got the new Pro Max, and that one uses USB-C, and it's a 280 watt USB-C. It's running at 48 volts instead of 20 volts. So this one's going to run at 20 volts. We're going to plug it in, starts out at 5 volts, and negotiates with the charger up to 20 volts. And you see how it's just sitting there at 5 volts? It did not jump up. Our CC1 line right there, you can see right there at the bottom says 0.7. That's normal, so we don't have a short on our CC1 line, which is a communication line between the charger and the USB-C adapter, or the charger is the adapter in the laptop. We're going to plug it into the other port. The other port's, well, pulsing, okay? I don't want to do it too long because we'll end up shorting out our charger, but basically it pulsed up to 5, shut off, pulsed up to 5, shut off, so that means we have some sort of short on the second port there. It could be internal in the port itself, or it could be inside the chip itself. This machine is going to have a controller on this side that handles both ports. This one, and then there's 1 port on the side that has a separate PD controller or power delivery chip, and then those have to talk together, make sure everything's happy. So second port having an issue here. First port's not doing anything. And this one, 5 volts, and it's shutting back off. So we're having a pulsing action, but you can see how the CC1 line was 3.17. Let's see if it, 3.17, pulse back down. I'm going to flip the port over just for fun. I'm going to flip the connector, see if it does anything different. All right, when I flip it, it actually does stay on instead of shutting itself off, and the CC1 line looks good. At 5 volts, it's going to be 0.7. When we're at 20 volts, it's going to be 1.6 or something like that. Hey, I hope you had a great, happy Valentine's Day. Thank you, Skara. And let me try this one right here. Wow, 280 watts. Yeah, I'm scared. I haven't messed with one of those yet. 280 watt USB-C. But the only way that these USB-Cs can carry more watts is because the current maxes out at like 5 amps or 5.5 amps, maybe 6 at most on these wires. But what they do is just up the voltage, right? So this one's 20 volts at, it's supposed to be 130 watt charger, so 20 volts I think at 6 amps. Is that mathing right? Maybe 6.5 amps. And then if you go up to 48 volts at 5 amps, maybe 5.5 amps is what gives you that there. So, all right, so we do have some sort of issue with our PD controller chips. Now, they did put a note saying that it does turn on the battery, which I think that's what they said, right? It says all 3 USB ports not working. So they didn't even actually say that. So their note just says all 3 USB ports are not working. So I don't know where I got the it turns on, but I have no idea. So maybe it doesn't turn on the battery. I don't know. I don't know. So let's get the bottom opened up. Look at the PC on the right side. Reverse diode check. While isopropyl alcohol is mostly 99% ethanol, it starts at 70% ethanol, also uses additives to smell and detergents and residue and conducts. So the highest percentage, the better. Yeah, so I used to buy a lot of the 91%s, and those work fine for cleaning, but it's definitely not as good as 99%. So 99% is the way to go. Is it PD 3.1? It should be. I'm pretty sure it's PD 3.1 on this one. Probably the battery's dead, that's what I'm thinking. So it probably worked for them until it didn't work for them. Too many things to keep track of. Hell. Yep. All right, so if I can tell if somebody has opened this or not based on how hard it is to get this freaking bottom off. And right now, it's not wanting to come off. So probably nobody's opened this, which is nice. We have a virgin laptop for us, finally. It's a virgin. It's a virgin laptop. So we got to get in here somehow. Ugh, come on. Without messing anything up. Bird brand of 99% alcohol in the UK. And this is the stuff I use. I can show you. I just ordered it online. Does it tell you? Rapid Chemical, I think is what it's called. I'm trying to think what website I ordered from. It ordered a case of them and they just come in. So, all right. Oh, almost got it in there. If I can get it in this crack, we're good. There we go. Local pharmacy has it. Yeah, we only got 91% at our pharmacies here. I know Soren used to use lighter fluid, like Zippo fluid, for a long time. Some petrol. All right. You can get it at CVS, behind the counter. Oh, is that the trick? Behind the counter. So I just need to go to the pharmacy at this behind the counter. Okay, interesting. 99 from Amazon. Proper nice 99. Come on. This thing has never been opened. It's a virgin. We are christening it. Christening thee. All right. That was a lot of work. And the bottom is off. Oh! Woo. Get a load of them fans. What the what? Get a load of them fans. What have you got in there? So, I don't even know what that is. There's a weird color to it, but I don't know. I don't even know what I was going to say, but all right. So take a quick look around. Got the main battery. It is an OEM. You can see the serial number here. This one takes 2 NVMe's. Only one of them is populated. We got 2 sticks of DDR4 memory, the GPU, the CPU, or CPU, GPU, and some caked fans. Those are some caked fans. Where's Salem Techsperts when you need them? Old Andy, we need to get Andy on the horn right now. I don't know if we should just clean these out first, because these are bad looking. I don't even know if I like what I'm looking at. What the? What is it? Is that carpet? Maybe they have this color carpet. Is that carpet? What do you think? I bet it's carpet. It's just a color. The color of it is what's getting me. I mean, not the fact that it's like packed full, because I've seen tons of packed full stuff. It's just the color. I don't know if I should clean it first or not, but okay. Let me take the fans out, and I'm just going to scrub them, and we're going to blow them. Just a happy little animal. Or it could be an animal, a yellow. No, because the yellow lab would be like thicker hair. Is there small yellow dogs that have? It could be a poodle. Maybe it's a poodle. Could be pollen. Gooch and smoke. It does. I don't think it's smoke. I could smell a smoky laptop. This doesn't smell like smoke. Alien radioactive fur. Oh, the screw. Uh-oh. We got a strip screw. I just stripped it, but it didn't want to come out. We have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. This screw just stripped out when I was trying to get it, and I was pressing on it really hard. All right, so how do we get out strip screws, everyone, you ask? We take our screwdriver that is a little, well, I don't know where my tungsten one is. Where's my tungsten? Here we go. So what I like to get is these multi-bowl screwdrivers. You can get them from like Home Depot. This is a Husky. They come with tungsten tips, and you can get little tiny flatheads. And so I take these little flatheads like this, and I just stick it in that freaking hole and spin it. So that's how we're gonna get it on. So I just press really hard. I can't do it under the camera though, or under the microscope. But we'll just get it down in there and press hard. Remove the battery first. Yep, I forgot to dingle dangle the battery. There we go. We're good. We're safe. Just do that before you got to play with it before you do anything. This one might be too big of a head on it. Let's try this one. There we go. It's coming. It's just coming. Have you dingled your battery lately? You're talking about laptops. Foreplay? Yeah, I'm telling you, it's the safety mechanism. You just got to go like that with your battery connector. Flick it before you stick it. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? What kind of stream am I starting here? Oh God, we might need to drill this one. I don't want to drill it. Okay, I'm gonna have to drill this a little bit. Let me drill it. We're gonna have to drill it. Where's my drill bits? Well, that sucks. I kind of did a little detour, but some people are always asking how you do this anyway, so it's all for science. It's all for science. So I'm trying to find the right drill bit. It's this one. All right, so here we go. We got a little tiny drill bit here, metal. And then I'm just going to put it on my drill thing here. Let's see if we can get a good view of this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show it. Let's see if I can. I'm going to put the microscope kind of at an angle while I'm doing it. Where's it at? Right here. Right there. Okay. Because I did it at an angle, I just broke my bit off. I usually go straight overhead. Well, that sucks. Okay. Well, that was a waste of a bit. All right, but now I actually have the hole caved in here. So the idea is you just drill it until the head falls off, and then we're good to go, and then we just take the rest of it. All right, so because I was trying to show it to you, I feel like the bit flew at me too. Because I was trying to show it to you, and I put it at such a crazy angle, I ended up bending my bit so much. And so now I think I can just put my bit in here, my regular flathead. So now my flathead fits in here pretty good, and then I can just push down in there. Let's get this microscope out of my way. Reverse thread bit, I do have one of those, but these are so small. So now it's coming. Now I got it going. It's coming. But you have to press hard. I got it to turn a couple rotations. It's funny because this has never been opened up before. So this bit, or this actual screw is really messed up. We might need to heat it up now, so I'm telling you. Oh, I hate this. I'm already starting to sweat now. All right, so now it's still not working, so we have to heat it up. So I just put my soldering iron on it. Uh, cross-threaded from the factory, maybe. I don't know, because whenever I started trying to unscrew it, I mean, I was pressing down hard. It just ate the bits right up, and then the fact that it's actually risen up like this much, and it still doesn't want to move. So it's not like it's even not starting. It's starting. I'm turning it. So what I do is I'll end up heating up the threads with a soldering iron. Flush cutters, that's the other way of doing it. But it is kind of deep because there is kind of the edges around here. I don't know why you can see all that stuff, but we'll do it like this. It's the Wi-Fi card's fault. Oh, you guys are so much fun. Loctite. There was Loctite on there, but I don't think it's the red stuff. They never put red stuff on this. Okay, that should be hot enough. All right, let's see if this works. This will melt the hot Loctite if it is that. Oh my gosh. My tungsten bit, did it even mess up my tungsten bit? Okay, well, do we need to do a reverse bit on it then? I have a reverse bit. I always have issues with these reverse bits. So here's a reverse bit. So you run it backwards, and then it will unscrew it when it gets in there. It's pretty worn out though. Wow. All right. A bigger driver. I have a bigger drill bit too. Okay. What I'm worried about, because I'm applying a lot of pressure on here and I don't want to end up like cracking the screen or something like that. Or else I'm buying the screen too. That will be a big faux pas. Luckily, I stock all the parts, and I can just walk to the warehouse and grab one. All right, so now we're going to use our... See if I can grab it. This is too tiny of a screw is the problem with this stuff. I don't want to use my side cutters. I don't want to mess up my side cutters. This detour is no good. Yeah, see, needle nose. This is when I pitch myself. Yeah, it's going. The old needle nose. You have to try like 12 things to get screws out usually. It doesn't work on the first try. So how do you get screws out? You use every tool in the toolbox. But I definitely get asked this a lot. It's how do you get strip screws out? I've had people send in repairs because the screw was stripped, they couldn't get it out, and they just said, here, you deal with it. Oh, I need a break. I need a break! This is sucky. I got 1,300 people watching me take screws out. There we go. There you go. Just a happy little screw. Screw. This thing is screwed. Still doesn't want to move with that one. Still doesn't want to move with that one. I'm going to curb stomp this screw when I'm done. Okay, we got it. Got it. I say that and we don't. It's a long screw. There we go. Woo! Yeah, the screwdriver wasn't even working then. Okay. So this is the butchering I had to do to get this screw out. But she's free. She's free. All right. But normally I would just drill it until this head falls off, and then we're good to go, and then I use pliers to get the rest of it out. But because my drill bit broke, now I have to order more of those drill bits. And I will not be putting that screw back in there. I just threw it away instead. Okay. Are we happy now? Just a happy little screw. Just a side detour. All right, so let's continue taking this board out. So what were we even talking about or doing? I was talking about something. I was unscrewing screws. And then I got mad. Get screwed live. Loctite. Like all these have Loctite on them. So you can actually see that we have like a blue, it's a blue Loctite. So it's not even like a really strong one. They all have this Loctite on here. And then there's red Loctite, which is like forever tight. I mean, that stuff is messed up. And so that's what like the ruggeds use. So if you're familiar with like the Tough Books or the military grade laptops that Dell makes, those are called ruggeds. And those are with red, usually in at least the four corners. New elements in the fans. So oh yeah, I was taking the fans out, that's right. I was just trying to take the fans out and clean them. That's what I started with. I wasn't even taking the board out. We're just doing this. Ugh. Ugh. These fans are messed up. Okay. Ugh. I just feel like something. I just feel like I need to do something with my hands. Like put gloves on. All right, so let's look down in here. So we have pretty good little chunkies in here. All right. Yellow cake. This thing needs a good cleaning. Smoke some weed, it's fuzzy. It does look like the hair's like on a weed or something, you know? It's mostly Maui Wowie, man. But I think it has a little bit of Labrador in it. Dust off the cigarette. It doesn't smell like cigarette smoke, though. It doesn't at all. It doesn't smell bad. None of this smells bad. It's vape residue? I don't know. Maybe it could be vape residue if it smells like cherry cake or something. Or strawberry shortcake. Okay. So now I'm gonna go over here. If you need me, I'll be over there blowing it out away from here in a different room. So I'll be right back. Can't handle this. Ugh. Okay, we got brand new fans, brand new. Look at that. Genius. Okay, nothing to see here. We still have a little bit of residue on these heat sinks, but I'm not worried about it. Oh no, I ruined my toothbrush. What shall I do? Should I deal with this somehow? I don't know if I have any more toothbrushes. I have too many toothbrushes. I got a plethora of toothbrushes. Would you say I have a plethora? All right, so let's plug in the power. Let's go thermal. We need to figure out what's getting hot. Here's our PD controller chip on this side. The other PD controller chip's on the other side. So this one controls, it's a BGA chip. It controls these two ports. And then we have one port on this side that's going to have one PD controller chip. They need to communicate together. Most likely, I would think this is the one that's bad, this one. And then it should resolve both issues. Looks like Joey Does Tech is rating us right now with 143 people, so thank you for that, Joey. I watched a little bit of your stream this morning. But so right now we're working on a machine that has, it only runs on battery, but doesn't run off the USB-C ports. Now, we didn't plug a battery into this. We probably should plug a battery and see if it powers on before we start, because if we start messing with things, we need to be vigilant. We want to make sure that the machine actually, what it did before we started versus what it does after we're done messing with it. So let me grab a test battery that is charged so we can plug into this and start, you know, start the machine up and see if we can get a Dell screen. So let me grab a battery real quick. All right, so I have my brand new test battery right here, and it goes to all these different machines, these lovely machines. So let me plug this in, see if it powers on. See if we get picture. I can't believe. All right, so we do have a Dell screen. Let me just go into the BIOS. I just want to make sure we get the BIOS, make sure it does boot past this. It goes through a proper CMOS reset. Thanks for all these people subbing in here. So I do these streams twice a week. I do Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central and then Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Central, usually around 4 hours each. I fix laptops live. I don't even look at them ahead of time, so I have no idea what I'm getting into. And a lot of times we vote on the what I'm going to work on. Screen just went dim for a second. It might still be going through a CMOS reset. There we go. Give us a second here. We got a good rating party here. So yeah, if you're interested in watching these types of repairs live, I do it twice a week. All right, so this does go into the BIOS. We are running the battery, so it is just the USB-C ports that aren't working, which is good news for us. Now, hopefully it's just going to be a PD controller we're changing out, but we still could have a short somewhere. This battery has 39% charged. So, all right, so now we know what the machine does and doesn't do before we get started, because we don't want to damage the board when we put something back together and then we don't know if it worked in the first place. That's the worst thing to do. So if you're ever working on anything, turn it on ahead of time. I don't care if they say it works ahead of time. You turn it on, you verify what works, because there's been countless times that I've worked on something and then they said, well, the sound's not working. We're like, well, I didn't know if the sound worked in the first place. You know what I mean? So they'll blame you for whatever. So, alrighty. Brush your teeth with, I'm not brushing my teeth with that nasty toothbrush. Fugly toothbrush. All right, so like I said, this thing has 2 NVMe slots, but only one of them is populated. We're going to get this stuff out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and pull the whole motherboard out. Oh, wait. No, let's go thermal and see what's actually getting hot. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to get under the thermal camera. This thing is going to be a little bit warm now because it just turned on. So you can see that the heatsink was warm right here. But what I want to see is when we plug in the charger, does it get hot over here on this side or not? So let's plug that in. So, oh, come on, 3, 2, 1. And it did nothing. Let me plug in the other port. Nothing. Let me reboot this part, flip it over. All right, there we go, 5 volts. But it's not doing any pulsing. It's not turning on and off over here. I don't see any heat on this side at all. And let me plug it into the other port. And nope, it's not showing me any issue on that side. The other one's on the other side of the board, so there's nothing I can do about that. So let me continue pulling the board out here because we're not going to be able to see this side if it's getting hot. But we need to determine which side is bad. Now here's the problem with these. Here's the problem with these. These are going to be CYPD. These are Cypress chips, these PD controllers, and they are programmable, which means they have to be programmed, which means... I just saw someone's message here. Thesaurus of plethora. That's a lot of words there. Do you even know what a plethora is? Like I was saying, it needs to be programmed. I have a programmer for it. I have not been able to successfully program these. I don't know why. I cannot connect to the chip, but I paid a bunch of money for a programmer for it. I've been trying to program them, and I've been banging my head on the desk trying to get that figured out. And oh, hell, welcome. We have a new donor board member. Thank you, Johnny. Or a resub. So if we do have to replace this, replacing it off a donor board is really what we're going to have to do because it already comes programmed. I have brand new chips, but every time I put those on there, they don't work. I've found that you can get like stock firmware and try to load it on there, but I've never been able to connect to the darn thing. So, sorry, no repair questions in chat. That's right. So if you have a repair question, you can join our Discord. It's JFix's Discord, and I frequent in there. I kind of pop in there and I help answer some questions. So technical questions are very hard for me to answer because I'm already multitasking and talking to a lot of different chats and doing a repair at the same time. So it's kind of hard for me to answer. At the end of the stream, I will do a question and answer or whatever, just a just chatting sequence where you can ask me technical questions at that point. Say it isn't true. Everybody lies. That's House, Gregory House. That's right. So our last repair was definitely the sign, the symptom of everybody lies, because we kept seeing more and more issues. This particular machine nobody's opened up, so I'm very happy to report that anything that we do in here is going to be our own doing. It's not going to be something else. So, oh yeah. So we see the Discord link inside the chat there, so you can join that Discord, and I will be in there to answer any questions for you later. If you're banging your head against the desk, part of the desk of programming attempts, I would have to say that you're doing it wrong. Okay, we got this done. Motherboard is out. Motherboard is out. Don't forget the Wi-Fi card. Now, the Wi-Fi card is built on this motherboard. It's non-replaceable. Well, non-replaceable by a mere mortal. I can replace this thing if we wanted to, but it's mere mortals cannot replace that. So the PD controller chip on this other side is going to be on the other side of the board. So here's our single, and we're going to peel this back, and we should have our chip right, the YAR. And so that's going to be a single CYPD. It's a 6127 48 LQXI. There we go. This is just a QFM. This isn't a BGA, so these are a little bit easier to change out. But let's plug in the power on this one. Let's go thermal and see what we have lighting up. Going thermal, plugging in the charger in 3, 2, 1. Wait, sorry. 3, 2, 1. Charger plugged in. Did it get hot? Can't tell. The reflections are fake to me. The chip is right here, so I don't see that warm. I'm going to flip this over. I'll try again. All right, so we need to investigate whether it is a PD issue or not, but to me, it should be, because it's just sitting at 5 volts, but it might be detecting a flaw somewhere and not going up to the 20 volts. But because we know that the board is coming on, then we know that the rest of the board's working, so I think it's still internal in the charge system. So I want to look around and see if we have an issue with our PD controller, our power management chip too. I want to see if we have a short somewhere, a blown component. We'll do a physical inspection real quick. Because normally, if there's a PD controller, we'd have one of those chips getting hot. And I'm not seeing that. So let's see if we can get this clearer up for you. So here's our power management chip. It's a 9538CH. And I don't see any damage there, but we can just take some quick measurements over here. I just realized I have this new alien head, and I don't have it in the shot. I put it over here, but you can't see it. So let's see. I'm going to put it on one of these drawers. This is Daryl's new alien head. Look at this thing. I think it's sick. But I realized it wasn't in the shot. There you go. We got the alien head there. And I moved the other alien head back behind my head, back here, wherever it is, wherever am I pointing at, right there. So I have 2 alien heads on either side of my alien head. We got a plethora of alien heads. All right, so I'm just gonna check for a short around here real quick. And we have a short right there. Oh no, it went away. It was a trick short. All right, so this is gonna be our 20 volt line coming over here. And then this should be our VDD, and this should be our 3.7. And so I don't see a short there, which is good. No short there. Let's check our input over here. Because I'm trying to think if we have a short or not. The way that it's acting is a little weird. So here's our PD controller chip. This should be getting hot if it was having an issue. And I don't see a short in this area. That's good. And after all of this, no short there. Okay, let me take this cover off. This is a heatsink. Well, you can't see what I'm looking at, what I'm doing, but I'm taking the heatsink off the chipset and this whole cover here. All right, so now it reveals the rest of this. So on the opposite side of this, this is the battery plugs in here, and then it connects to the board through these inductors, goes through this, and then comes over here, and this is where it energizes the main power rail. So what we're going to be looking at has to be something over on this side if we're going to have an issue at all, or it's just a PD controller itself. But because we don't have any way of knowing which PD controller it is, I don't want to change them both out. Usually I just figure out which one's getting hot, and then we do that, but I'm not seeing that symptom at all. So everything, there's no shorts. No shorts anywhere. So let me plug this in again. I want to see what voltages we're getting. We can look down into the ports themselves too, because we could have a messed up port, but I doubt we do. Whoa, Nelly! That is a messed up port. What? Okay, there's our port issue. Wow. Do you like it? Can you even see what I'm looking at? Do you even see the issue that I see? Well, do you think that could cause the issue? I would say that could be an issue. What about this one? This one looks okay. I mean, it's used, but it's not messed up like that. And let's look at the other side. So good call on checking that. This one's a little bent. It looks okay. It doesn't look like we have bent pins like the other one. So I bet that we just have a short on that connector then, I guess. So that's gonna be this inside port. Let's just pull that port off and get it out of the way and see if the machine starts working. Crazy. JFix in his house. Welcome. You know, I only do these on Sunday morning for you, JFix, because you're across the pond and I know that it's hard for you to join in on Wednesday night. So this stream is for you and you come, what, 2 hours late? 2 hours and 24 minutes late? Come on. All right, so JFix is here. The Discord is actually JFix's. He has a YouTube channel, so you can go follow him there, and then you can join his Discord. He is the man that's kind of bringing all of us together, all of us repair guys together. So if you're not familiar with him, go and subscribe. Let's remove this guy off of here. Damn it, why are you late? You're gonna get a lot of heat from that, JFix. Old James. All right, let me pull this off of here. I feel so bad. I feel bad, man. All right, so we can do this the easy way or do this the hard way. Now, what I don't want to do is we don't want to rip any pads underneath here. But if we add enough heat, we should be able to get this off. I usually like to kind of pretend some of this stuff anyway, just because I like to do it gently. So I'm going to pretend this with some regular solder, not even some low melt, but just some regular, plain Jane. The super across the pond. I mean, right now we have a huge participation from around the world, so it's I like Sundays. It's nice. It's nice because Wednesday night, we don't have as many people from everywhere for this the middle of the night. We have a lot of Aussies, I guess, because it's in the morning for them. All right, so this is just regular leaded solder. That would just help a little bit. Now we can't, this is going to be a through hole and a surface mount USB-C port, and we can't do anything about the surface mount because those are going to be underneath here, and if we don't get those off properly, we end up tearing the pads. I don't want to do that. We're going to use higher heat. I'm going to probably use 450 to get this thing off, or maybe 400, and we'll just kind of flood this here. Okay, I'm going to do 400. 400. Maybe I'll do 450. I'm going 450. Happy birthday. Whose birthday is it? How can it get so mangled? I don't know. Probably shoving in a different USB port that's supposed to plug in there. I don't know, like a different version, like an iPhone's plug. I don't know. So I'm just going to kind of heat this area up here. I'm going to wait till I see that the solder's melting in this area, and then I'll lift it off there. My main goal is to not damage the pins underneath of the surface mount. The through holes I can deal with. $420. You guys really like to talk about drugs. Might have dropped off the desk while it was plugged in. Could have been. Russ has a birthday for 3 months now. Rossi Ross. Okay, it's getting loose. Loosey-goosey. And she's off. And we are missing a bunch of pads, or pins. Look at all those. This is why I hate USB port replacements. 100% why I hate it. 1000% why I hate it. So these were already ripped off of here or damaged in the first place because I didn't just do this. They were already, look at all those. Look how many pins I'm gonna have to rebuild in order to make all this functional. Hate it. So much work. 1, 2, that one may be okay. 3, 4. So these are the ones that carry voltage. This carries voltage. The middle two are gonna be, wait a minute. The middle two are your USB-Cs. I mean, your USB 2.0 USB. Then we have our CC1 line. That's going to be on the other side here. And then we have our USB 3.0s are going to be these inner ones. And this sucks. This sucks. But anyway, let's just see if it works. Now that we got that off of there. Make sure no pins are touching. Okay. I can just tell the customer, hey, I fixed it. I fixed it. I just took off your really mangled port, and we're good to go. I mean, because I could fix that and just make it a charge port without having to rebuild all that stuff, because all this charging ports look good. All right, let's see if this works now. 5 volts still. So the odds are that that port got messed up and then blew out the PD controller chip, right? So the other way doesn't work. This way works. Do it. Do it. I don't know what I want to do because I don't want to. I hate rebuilding pads. You guys, you love rebuilding pads? Who loves it? Who loves rebuilding pads like that? I don't like it. It's so not fun. One of the diodes. I could have one of the diodes messed up. Yeah, because one way works and one way doesn't. We could have a short on one of these one of them diodes. That would make sense, actually. You guys are smart. You guys are smart. So we plug it in one way, it doesn't work. Plug it in the other way, but it should still work one way or the other. Let's see. See if I can measure these diodes. I don't see a short on one of those diodes. We would have to figure out which one it is in order to do that, because I don't know which one the CC1 lines connect on. Let's go ahead and I guess replace the PD controller because I need to get this working. I need to get this working before I put in the effort of rebuilding traces. See, it's that order of operations. Like, how much work do you put into something before we figure out if it even works, right? So if I'm going to sit there and rebuild all those traces, that's going to take some time. But we need, the board still doesn't work off of that. Overcurrent check on the diodes. But the diode, if we're getting 5 volts on one way, see that one started up for a second and then shut back off. See that? 5 volts and then back down to 0. And we go this way, 5 volts stays on. Okay? If it was a diode, it would be, this way would just stay off the whole time, which it just did that time. 5 volts, and now it's staying on the whole time, and then it shut off. This way does nothing. Try it again. Nothing. Flip it over. Yeah, I want to go thermal because I should be able to see something. It's on. All right, let's do it. I'm going to plug on this side, but then we're going to look at the PD controller on that side. Go thermal. All right, so here's our PD controller chip, so keep an eye right there. Staying on. All right. Oh, it shut off. Oh, the port's messed up on this side. So if I have to jiggle it. You got the jiggle. So if I hold it up, it works. If I let go, it doesn't. So we need to replace that port too. Hooray! Okay, I'll flip it over. Stays on unless I wiggle it. All right, so that port's just screwed up. What did I get myself into? All right, this port, if I hold it down, up, down, sideways, sideways, nothing. Okay, flip it over. On, rock solid on. You gotta jiggle, jiggle. You gotta wiggle, wiggle. All right, so what do you think I should do? Should I change that PD controller chip out just to see if it fixes? I hate doing this one because I don't have as many of these. These are kind of like I need it. But I guess if I change it and it doesn't fix it, then I know that I can keep this one, maybe. And this is the BGA, so we have to kind of do our clean pull unless we want to reball. But we got the jiggle, jiggle. We got the jiggle, jiggle. So of course, that one's missing a PD controller. That one's missing the PD controller. That one's missing the PD controller. We got one on that one. This one has it. Okay, so we can take this one. Should already be programmed, but you can order them from Mouser, but they're not programmed. That's the problem. I have brand new ones. New sub here. I used to work at Radio Shack. Yay! Love Radio Shack back in the 90s. You remind me a lot of my boss. Making stuff look easy. I used to want to work at Radio Shack so bad when I was a kid. Oh, I loved Radio Shack. That was like my favorite place to go. It was like a candy store for me. That's awesome. Yeah, I remember saying I wanted to be, my first job would be at Radio Shack, work at Radio Shack, but that never happened. All right, so we're gonna steal this one. Let's just see what it does though. Make sure it negotiates. And we have 20 volts, I can't believe. Okay, so we have 20 volts being negotiated on this. Let me make sure that they are the same chip or else I'm gonna freak out. So it's a 6227-9, 6227-9. Okay, so we're good to go to proceed. So this is the one we're taking. We're taking it. We're taking it. We're stealing it. This brand new chip, we're gonna steal it. So this is my donor board, and I have like a marking right here just to keep track of it, just for your mental awareness. So you used to use laptops as a fail on a yellow Wookiee. What? I miss Radio Shack so bad. Okay, we need this. This will go here. Free battery club. Did they have a free battery club? All right, so here's how we're gonna do this. Let's see. We need to pull off, because we're doing, this is the BGA chip. We have to pull off our donor chip first, have it set off to the side, ready to go. And then we'll do a clean pull of this one, try to pull it straight up, move it over, and then we'll move the new one on. And then that should be awesome. Awesome blossom. Thanks for the follow. All right. So the trick is we need to be very careful pulling this thing off. We're going to try to do as clean a pull as possible because it's BGA. BGA. Ball grid array. All right, so we're going to heat this up until it starts to move, and then I'm going to put my tweezers around it, and we're going to pick it up straight away, straight up. Make sure my tweezers, I bent my tweezers up pretty bad the other day. And this connector right here, this is the donor board, so I'm not super worried about it. I'm just going to blow away from that connector. Okay, so do you see the chip moving now? So now I'm going to let it cool off for a second. I'm going to get my tweezers kind of lined up on it. I don't want to bump it until it's ready. There we go. All right, lift straight up. There we go. Straight up. Clean pull. So we should have equal balls on both sides. The balls are so equal. Equal balls on both sides, although you can see some bigger and smaller, so we may have an issue. I can see some small ones and some big ones. All right, I may just reball this. Yeah, you can see how some of them are not equal. We want them to be equal. Or we can put it back on there and then try it again. And try to do another clean pull. That's the other issue. Or the other way of doing it, but we can just reball it too. I think I'll just reball it. Gotta hate it. This one's not too bad to reball. It takes a couple seconds, a couple minutes, a couple hours, a couple 20s. Looks nice and clean. It looks clean, but you see the size of those balls? Look at the size of them balls. You see how there's like a couple measly balls in there? Those balls are so measly. Yeah, I'm gonna reball it. But we do have a new one. Brand new. Never been used. All right, so I'm gonna use our 5560s was cheap? No, they weren't cheap. Yeah, the 5560s were the high-end XPSs, basically. All right, so I'm gonna use one of these magnet plates here, and then we're gonna use one of these rubber mats here, and then I'm gonna put this stuff away because I don't need it. And I'm gonna use a stencil. Where's my stencils? I gotta find the right stencil. These are stencils I use very often, so I just bag them up like this. So CYPD. So I think that's the stencil I use for CYPDs. Let's see if it lines up. Can't tell because there's all these balls all over it. I gotta get rid of the balls. But yes, that is the right one. So it does line up. So let me clean up the stencil, let me clean the chip off, and then we'll redo this in mere moments. It's double time Sunday. Double time? Double time? Have you programmed a Cypress chip before? JFix, we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, so I have a programmer, and I can show it to you, actually. Let me go grab it. I'll show you the programmer. And I hate it. I'm very mad at it. So I bought it. You can get these on Mouser. So here's the Cypress program. It's called the Mini Prog 3. Program 3, whatever it is. And I made a header here for it, like this. And this plugs in like so, like that. And then this plugs into a USB, into the computer. And then I have a ground, and I have my 4 data clock, all that stuff. And this hooks to my SharkBite, right? Or PC Byte. I always want to call it SharkBite. Anyway, PC Byte. So, and then and there's programming headers on there. I can't get it to connect. I don't know what it is. It just, every single time I try to connect, it doesn't connect. So I spent a number of hours a couple weeks ago messing with it, and I was like, okay, I give up. I just stole a chip from another board. That's just how I had to do it. But so one of these days I'll get it going. Maybe Lead Farmer. Have you dealt with this, Lead Farmer? Cypress chips need a good chip holder, or they jump around. Well, I was doing it in the board because I actually, using the schematic, you can figure out how it connects to the chip itself. When I did it also in a holder and then just did it on the pins on there, from what I understand, you need to have some capacitors on some lines and stuff like that. I don't know. I wasn't able to get that to working. Mike, Fair Repair. I know I've seen a video with him using that, or somebody using this, and he was even using sample code, but I can't connect to the damn thing. That's the issue that I'm having. So if I can connect to it, then I can start doing all the fun stuff and looking very impressive, like I know what I'm doing. But without that, I can't look impressive, and I can't look like I know what I'm doing. Focus. Focus. All right, need some air again. Cypress Shim Rappa. Actually, I'm gonna put this in my chip holder. I don't know why I'm doing this on the desk. right, just gonna clean off this old solder, quick like. Oh. Wait, USB driver. I got the USB driver working. The programmer might be broken, maybe, or maybe my pinout's wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Where's my solder at? Because I have the app, you can even select it. Black Horse Repair is good with software, Nate. Yeah, so I can reach out to him. Like the software's working, and I'm able to connect to the actual programmer, but then whenever I try to connect to the chip, it doesn't work, so. Get down in here. All right, so we're just cleaning off all the old solder here before we reball it. Put some new balls on here. Make this thing ballin'. Ballin'. Almost guaranteed it's a driver. No, I can connect to the actual thing. I can pull up the software. It says it's connected to the prog. It's just whenever it tries to connect to the chip itself, it doesn't work. Like it's saying no chip found or whatever. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of balls. You got a lot of balls. Use zigzag driver. That's the, yeah, it's the thing's connected to the computer. That's not the issue. Yeah, I guess I should clarify that. Yeah, so I can pull up the software. It connects to the actual programmer. And then whenever I say go read the chip, it says no chip found, basically. It's kind of like whenever I'm doing my EC chip thing and it's like I'm not getting it right on the pads properly or something. So it's either I'm putting it in the wrong orientation or whatever. Because the board's also not supposed to be powered on either, because it wants to power it itself, because it's going to run a 3.3 versus 5 volt line. Let me clean the stencil. Which one was it? This one? Okay. So we're using the stencil in here in the end. Yeah, so it's just, I don't know, it's weird. And I tried all sorts of different things, and I even noticed, I was like, oh, I'm even connecting to the wrong things, or there's the wrong header on the board, because there's like a debug header type of thing, same thing like the EC chip has. But then I realized that those were actually going to a different place, and then I don't have the board view, or, well, I have the schematic, but I don't have the board view for this board. And so I was using a different version of the board view, and so it was a little bit off telling me stuff, so I kind of traced that down. And then I tried to connect to the chip directly, and that didn't work either. Okay. Bell, you're 4 hours late. Don't be 4 hours late. You're not allowed to be 4 hours late. All right, so we have the new chip, brand new chip. Brand new chip. And then this is magnetic, so I'm just going to pull it down on there like that. See if I can adjust it where I want it. I'd rather it be on the edge. Let's see, let's put it over here. Yeah, it's a good spot for it. Right there. All these fuzzies. Get away from here. All right, so this is going to be solder paste stencils. So we're just going to use the solder paste. I don't need this much. Just need a tiny bit. Just a happy little bit. Ugh. So tiny. So tiny. So we're going to try to get it evenly in all the holes. You can see how some of them have air pockets, so we need to go back over those again. And so this is the same stuff I've been using. I just have it dried out. I just keep the thing open now all the time, but I did heat it up. I know Swindon likes to say just heat it up and it will make it where the flux is less runny in there. And that I did that tons of times that it doesn't work, and I've also just left it open. So it is a lot better now, but it's still pretty runny. All right, so then now I just use my finger, get rid of all that stuff here. There we go. All right, so this one doesn't need to be held down because it's pretty small. And I only do 300 degrees C, right around 20% air on this one. So it doesn't need much. It's a small chip. Still using very moist paste. It's a little bit clammy. My paste is so clammy. Yeah, you'll see it start bursting with juice. The juiciness starts bursting out of the holes. There it goes. So satisfying. Is that satisfying? I thought it seemed satisfying. Some people thought it was satisfying. I'm gonna let it cool off for just one moment before I start peeling it up. I don't want the balls to come off. Make sure it's hot enough. Okay. All right, those are all good. All right, so we have a big pile of magma. We have all this magma right here. All right, so now I have all these extra balls on here, and I'm just gonna clean that up because we used a universal stencil. I'm crazy. So I'll take one of Daryl's toothbrushes and we will clean away any of those extra balls. Brand new. Still some extra balls in there. Right here. Those don't belong, those don't belong, those don't belong. There we go. Brand new. My brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. All right. And I'm just going to reflow this one more time, and that will make them look nice and pretty. Can't get enough satisfaction. All right, I'm still using kind of a low heat here. I'm not just trying to get all them to recenter themselves. Look at that. Nice. Okay, so that's ready to go. Those are ready to go, and then we're gonna have to clean off the other board. Well, we haven't even pulled the chip off that. This was just our donor chip. Now, we're putting all this effort into this. Again, we don't know if this is even gonna work. We still have to replace that other port. We have to replace the other port. We have to rebuild all these traces. We have to do all this stuff to figure out if the board even works in the first place. But this is just to figure out if this works, because it might be the other PD controller. So, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love all the effort putting in to something that we don't even know if it's gonna fix it or not. Okay. So let's not lose this chip. I'm gonna put it right here in this happy little place. I'm gonna take a break for a second because that was a lot of stuff, and we can hang out for a moment if you don't mind. Let me clean up the counter too. The Bob Newhart Show. That's the Daryl and the other brother Daryl. But yes, we have one of our guys in chat, Daryl, keeps sending me gifts, and he sent me almost 200 toothbrushes, so we've got plenty of them. Down the rabbit hole we go. It's just like diving right down that rabbit hole. Just a big pain in the butthole. That works. Have a Kit Kat. Okay. Okay. Gotta jingle jangle that USB port. Yeah, because I mean that one port, you know, is just flopping like the other port was completely mangled. We got some gifted subs coming in hot by Magic. Thank you. Gifted some subs to Edmondo and Abyss and Sloth and Ed and Hawk. Thank you, Magic. Thank you so much. Magic Man. That was very magic of you. They make an exact stencil called a CD3215 for this BGA pattern. They do? Really? Really? Okay. Well, JFix, I might have to get that ordered. We got a new donor board member for Celestial. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just, you know, JFix, I know you're probably doing the same thing. I have so many stencils coming all the time. I'm just like, oh, here's another stencil. Here's another one. It's like, so just so I have them, but I haven't used most of them. It's just, I think I need them. So, do you have an exhaust fan that vents outside, or is it just a filter? So the machine I'm using is the Weller 1200, I think, or something like that. The filter, no, it's just a box underneath the desk, and then it comes up here into a snake hose or whatever. It cost about $900 for this machine. The cartridge inside of it's about that thick, or y'all can't see it. It's about that thick, or we'll do it this way, this thick, and about that big. And it's like carbons, all this stuff. The filter itself costs $200 every time I buy the new filter, and then it has these filter screens that go on top of that. These are just, you replace these very often, and those just go on top of that. You know what's funny is that I have a lot of these Kim pads right here. I'll be like working on it, and the next thing you know, it goes, and it like sucks up. So I have Kim pads inside the filter right now. I need to go get those things out of there. But the CD3215 is for Apples, but do they fit that same pattern, you think? Because all these PD controller chips are so different, every single one, or all those BGAs. Nathan's going down a rabbit hole to get to Wonderland. How's your back? You tend to complain about it. You know, it's interesting because I used to have a lot of lower back issues. Right now I'm having like upper back muscle kind of pain, and I think it has to do with I've been doing more exercise. So I've been doing Peloton bikes and things like that, but I'm also doing upper body with like barbells or dumbbells. But I think must be working my back, but not working that part of the back. So maybe I'm only working the front, and so therefore it's like those muscles are like stressing or something. So I need to figure out a way to work my back muscles back there or something. I don't know. I think that's what's going on. This chair I have is really old. I'm seeing if I can get a new chair. I don't like to commit to chairs. They're very expensive, and they're like, you can't like just try it out or something. So I'm gonna see if I can figure that out. Cypress Hill chip. Insane in the membrane. Okay, we'll get back to this in a second. I'm just having some coffee here. Sorry about the repair question in chat. No, right now we're in just chatting mode because we're just taking a break. Those PD controllers should be jelly bean parts by now, exactly, but there's so many different versions. So this is the XPS 9510 version, or the Precision 5560, but 9500 had a different chip than the 9510, which then the 9520 has a different one, the 9530 has a different one. So they all have different chips every single time. So that's what makes it hard, right? And then if you have them, and then you have to program them. So what I was actually working on trying to do, and you know what? JFix. Okay, so you know what I think is going on here? You know, talking about programming that Cypress chip, I spent a lot of time trying to get this machine to work, to program it itself. So I think, because if I can get the thing to boot up off the battery, like that one just booted off the battery, theoretically I could put a blank one on there and then have it program it. But now, does it post anymore? Should we check that? Now that we have the PD controller off of there, does it turn on anymore off the battery? Because the other machine I was working on wasn't turning on off the battery anymore. Or it wouldn't turn off the battery anyway. It would get the Dell screen, but it would never get past it. So I'm wondering if they're... Because my idea is to use the motherboard to program it. Because when you flash the BIOS, it goes and flashes each PD controller. Oh, we didn't take the chip off yet. But I'm wondering if I took the chip off. Led, do you know if I took the chip off and then try to turn the board on, it will mess up anything? I don't think it will with the PD controller missing. But I feel like the EC chip would probably notice that that's missing and probably won't allow the board to come on anymore. But we know this thing boasts off a battery. So that's our PD that we're going to take off. Let me go ahead and remove it. Now the question is, do we want to test to see if it comes on with that thing missing? I kind of want to do that for science. For science. Maybe like framework where they have swappable PD controller integrated chip. I mean, if everything was swappable, it'd be so much easier, right? User serviceable. That'd be so much easier. All right, let me pull this guy off. So this is going to be the bad one, supposedly. We don't even know if this is the bad one. That's why I'm so irritated about this. I don't even want to pull this chip off because I don't even know if that's the right one. I don't even know if that's the issue. But we're going to do it. Gotta do it. So Mega says that, yeah, the EC will flag it. Well, let's do it for science. I'm going to pull this off, and then we'll just see if the board still posts. I think Paul Daniels said the chip won't work on Apple's. Wait, Paul Daniels says it doesn't work with no chip. Okay. All right. Well, we will figure that out. Because the thing is that I've put these on here before. Because if I put one that's not programmed on here, the board doesn't post either. So I think I can't get past it. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Because that's what ended up happening. So the board I was working on is I put one that was blank on there. And I even tried to get into BIOS recovery and get it to flash. And I get the BIOS recovery screen one time. And then I was like, oh, I better back up their BIOS before I start flashing it. So then I got back out of there and I couldn't get back to BIOS recovery. And if I could get the BIOS recovery, then I could flash it and it would flash both of those. But that's what I was trying to force. So yeah, it probably won't come on if I pull this thing off here. What about this guy? This is the customer's board, and we got to protect that, don't we? We got to protect it. I have a protector somewhere around here. Where's my protector at? Here it is. So this is just a piece of metal that I have bent, it's a really thin piece of metal. Come on. I'll do it under here. This is a thin piece of metal that I have bent, and then I'm just going to put it over this. You can tell I've done this one before. Just put it over it like that. All right, and I'll just blow the heat away from it. Of course, that tape's coming off. I can tell that tape's going to piss me off in a second. It's going to make me so mad, man. Kapton tape with a C. Look at that. See how it's peeling up? That's why I'm about to get mad at it. I'll cut it off. I have some aluminum tape, but the aluminum tape is so sticky and gets everywhere. This Kapton tape is a lot better when it comes to not getting sticky residue everywhere. Lead Farmer in the house. That's Mr. Farmer to you. Made it to the Sunday live stream. You're moving up. Welcome. NC Bird into his house. All right. Chip is moving. Look, why couldn't we pulled it that clean before? Why did we do so much cleaner on the second one? Look at how clean that is. Why? Why? All right, so I'm going to set this aside. We're going to set it somewhere. We're going to set it right. I'm going to set it right there. Okay. Got to keep track of this stuff. Don't get anything mixed up. All right, so let's see what it does now. It theoretically shouldn't come on with that missing. I know it's not going to mess anything up because I definitely did test this. But let's see if we get a Dell screen on the battery. which we shouldn't, because the EC chip is going to say no, no, no. The short through chip caused uneven solder tension. Oh, okay, maybe. Flux. I added flux, but I added it right at the last second. I also didn't let the thing cool all the way down before I grabbed it, I guess, and heat it back up. So maybe, oh, maybe I needed to add more flux again. I used the same flux. You know what I'm using today? Because I just grabbed whatever flux was in my hand and I realized what I was using. You want to see what I'm using? I didn't even pay attention until just now. Here, I'll turn it around. Okay. So whatever I grab, I grabbed. So there's your sign. That's definitely better than his other stuff. That version's definitely better than the first version that he had. All right, let me just put one screw in here so I don't cause a spark somewhere. Okay. Yeah. Some NF. Some NF. The no flux. All right, so battery plugged in, power button. Let's just see what it does. I press the power button. Power button's pressed. Nothing's happening. CPU's cold. So nothing's happening. So if we take that off of there, I guess nothing happens. So we have to have an EC, or we have to have a PD controller chip installed in order for the board to even allow, or the EC chip to allow the board to come on. So science, document that down, put that inside your arsenal. Now, when I put a blank chip on there, it does come on. I know that. It just doesn't get past the Dell screen. It just kind of hangs. So that's the issue with that. And so we're just trying to figure out a way to program it. For science. Dell laptop repair for science. All right, so here's our brand new chip that we're going to install. Let me grab it. Brand new. Oh, I can't grab it. There we go. Brand new chip right there. Actually, I'm going to turn this board this way. Nice. But we need to take all those balls off of there, don't we? I guess we could leave the balls on there because they are so nice and even, but we're going to deball it. We're going to unball them. Use the battery. Wait, their battery is dead, mate. Nate. Duh. Freaking Nate. What are you talking about, Nathan? For science. And sometimes science is flawed because the scientist is not thinking. Their battery is dead. She's dead, Jim. What are you doing? That's hilarious. Yep, so we used our test battery when we turned this on earlier. The test battery's right here. A YAR. Okay. Be careful. And we have a picture I can't believe! Okay, let's just see if it gets past this, though. It will start, this is what I've seen, but I just don't know if it will get past this. If it gets past it, then for science, we're putting on a blank chip and we're programming it. So the power light's still on here. But what I've seen is it doesn't get past this. If it gets past this, then I think we're I don't know. Still on. CPU's going. Team red shirts. You know the red shirt people die when they go down to the... What? 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 We don't even have a PD controller and it's on. Dude, science. Science is cool. Okay. Okay. All right, lead, mark that one down, buddy. That's cray. That's cray. Okay, but then, all right, so here's what I want. Okay, okay. I know, do we want to do this or not? I could put a blank chip on there. I'll keep this one off the side, this good one. I'll put a blank chip on there, and then we'll see if we can flash the BIOS and program it. I'm excited. I want to do it. I want to do it. I've never been more excited in my life. Is there two of them? There's two PD controllers, but this is a different one on this side. So let's see if we can get the right one. It's a 1227, right? 1227. 12279 BZX blah 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 blah. Brand new. Brand new. What could happen? What could happen is I have to take it back off and put it back on. Or put the other one on. That can happen. Alright, so here's my brand new ones. And I know these are the ones I was messing with the other day. And I think I just put it right back in there. So let me see what I got going on here. Let's see. Move this up out of the way while we look right here. All right. Oh. All right. So this is the one I installed yesterday or whatever the other day, and I took it back off. So this is the blank one. Oh, they're all blank because they're all brand new. But I didn't get that one working. But I kind of don't want to put that same one back on because I had a hell of a time with it. So let me just put this other brand new one on here. If that sounds smarter to me, I don't know. But it is the same chip number. I need concurrence before I proceed. Let's see if I can get a good view on that. Okay, we got that. So that's our new chip. Let me set it next to our chip we were about to install, or the chip we took off. Here, we'll do the chip we took off. That way we're really verifying stuff properly. So this is the chip we took off. Make sure that they are the same, so we're not like messing up our science data. Because these need to be perfect right here. 27-9, 6BZ. Okay, concur. So it looks good. All right, so that's the one we're going to install. Okay, so we got that. So I'm going to put these other chips away so I don't make a mess or spill them or lose them or something. Okay, it's different. It's a different chip. No, it's not different. It's the same. Don't be telling me it's different. We got plenty of concurrence. All right, what's the number after that? It's all like date codes and things like that, right? So I don't know what all this other stuff is, but this is the only number we always go by when we're ordering these, right? So this is the number that changes, and then even this stuff matters right here. Sometimes you'll have a T at the end for tape, but yeah, 62279, and then you have to have the 6B. And so like when I'm ordering it, so here's my order right here. And see, this one's a T at the end, even though it didn't have a T on here. T just means it came on a tape roll versus a, or it means it's being cut like this. So if you ever see T versus non-T, that just means how you're ordering it. 2 balls are missing. Don't be talking about my balls. Wait, oh, this is the one that I installed. Oh, hold on. That's the one I had installed. So this other one is the brand new one. Okay, so wait. Yeah, I guess that one looks fluxy. Let me compare it to this one that hasn't ever been opened. Okay, here, we'll do the one that has never been touched. The Virgin. Since we're working on a Virgin laptop, we're going to use a Virgin chip. Okay. So that one, this one has never been touched by anybody. She's beautiful. Just the way she is. Okay. Piggyback it. No piggyback. No piggyback. Okay, let me take this board back out of this apparatus. Oh, yeah, oh, my back's hurting again. It's like pinching. This chair does suck. I've had this chair for a long time, so when we bought a lot of our office supply stuff, we always go to these places that are like used furniture or office closeout stuff, and so we buy tons of furniture like that because it's so much cheaper, but it's old already. So this chair has to be from the 90s, from the 1900s. Virgin, shiny and new. Okay, so I'm going to clean the balls off of here since this has brand new balls. And we don't want to mix balls. We never want to mix balls. And in general, I don't like using solder wick on here to clean all this off because I end up causing more damage. So in general, this is just how I do it, and I don't know, you can tell me I'm ridiculously stupid for this, but I just use solder and pick it all up, and that's it. Because whenever I go back with the braid wick, then I end up scraping away all the solder mask, and it's just more of a headache. So if you just do this, it gets it down low enough, it's not going to cause any damage. And see, that makes it nice and they're all uniform this way. So that's how I do it. And it's done. A lot less effort involved. And we're good to go. See that? But I'm sure everyone has their own opinions on how to do that. So here's our brand new chip. I've even heard people that when they buy brand new chips, they reball it because they want the leaded solder on there. I'm like, what are you talking about? Does Dell make chairs? Oh, that'd be cool. Now I'm going to try to get some sort of sponsorship or something to send me a chair. I'm like, come on, send me some free stuff. Send me a chair. For bloody sake. So here's our pin 1. That's our pin 1 dot. There's our pin 1 marking right there. We actually have some markings on the board itself, which is nice. So when I'm going to install this, I'm just going to hold down on the board. Press down on the board and just kind of keep this from blowing away. And we'll do a lower airspeed when we do this. His battery is dead, Jim. The charge port. See, looking good. Chairs with bells and whistles. Yeah, lots of handles with levels. All right, so I'm going to move the heat away and just see if it's tacked in place. And so now it should be tacked. It is. So now I'll add some more flux to it. There we go. And then heat it back up again. And then we'll reflow it proper. Do a proper reflow. Dell labeled the chair. You know what? Actually, I do have an Alienware chair in my office that we got from a Dell load. So yeah, I guess Dell does make chairs, or whoever made it, but it's an Alienware gaming chair. What I don't like about gaming chairs is they have such high backs on them. I don't necessarily need a big high back, but maybe that's useful because if you're like laying back, but I'm never lounging back, I'm always pushing forward here. I need something that has good lower back support though. All right, it is soldered. There we go. We need the Lewis amount of flux, which is like half a vial. You know, he uses those huge syringes, the big girthy ones, and he just goes and squirts it all over the board. So all right, we'll clean up after ourselves like lovely guests. So this is just a Chem pad, 99% alcohol, and one of Daryl's toothbrushes. Okay. Proper nice. So we have it installed. Now, will they let us go to a boot screen to flash the BIOS? And here's what's even more annoying though. This is what I don't like about flashing the BIOS. Because we need to flash it within his Windows, or we'll lose his BitLocker key. if he has BitLocker. Let me plug this in and see if he has BitLocker on here. Frustrating. All right, so I'm just going to plug it into an external port here and just see if he has a BitLocker partition on here. Oh, man. Do you know what I mean? It's like, there's like all these great ideas we have, and then, yeah, BitLocker encryption. So you can see BitLocker encryption is on there. So I plugged this drive, access denied, BitLocker encryption. So he has BitLocker, and we'll need to boot to his OS, which we can do in order to flash it, because we need to temporarily disable his BitLocker. So maybe we can temporarily disable his BitLocker, reboot in the recovery or whatever, I don't know. And then flashing a BIOS on battery only, does anyone know how to do that? Because it requires to have a charger plugged in. Anybody? Anybody? I know how. There's special commands you actually have to put in to bypass the power check. It's a very simple one. It's called force it. So it's a switch command, like you're in DOS or whatever. So you're just doing a switch, and you use the word force it, one word, and then that bypasses any power checks. And so a lot of times they have command line area in your BIOS thing. Razar, thanks for the gifted sub. We got 5 gifted subs for, looks like John, Rescue, Duke, Sir, and Mickey. All got some gifted subs. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. And we got a level 2 hype train going. We got a few minutes left of that. So if on Twitch. Okay, so I'm just going to take his battery out of here because this thing has been, well, maybe I'll screw it in and just get it out of my way that way. I need a screw. All right, so I'm kind of thinking in my brain while I'm doing this. I'm going to try to boot to his OS maybe. Let's program it to start. Or I just don't worry about it and just let him get his own BitLocker key later. I'm sure he has BitLocker access. Plugged in the battery. This thing is still not plugged in, the screen. CachyOS, please. You know, I still have not used CachyOS. But that's the one that's like all, it's not like, what do they call it? Redundant? What, not redundant. What's the word? Where it doesn't store anything, right? Yeah, lead farm, that's one thing. I'm going to boot into his Windows. I'm going to say disable BitLocker or whatever, temporarily disable it, and then try to boot up. Actually, we'll put it in the middle here. This is his OS. Battery's unplugged. Read only, thank you. But it's called persistent, or what? There's a term for it. Did someone say it already? Irrecoverable, immutable. All right. Okay, so we're not plugging in the charger because the charger's not going to do anything. And I can show you what it does, I guess. Let me see if it turns on first before I start plugging stuff into these things. All right, press the power button. We got the Dell screen. We have picture. Dell BIOS can be updated via Dell command line. I could do it. Yes, I can do it outside of Windows, but it will wipe out his BitLocker key. So the issue is we need to boot to his Windows, disable BitLocker, or flash it within Windows. When you do it within Windows, it says disable BitLocker temporarily, and then reboots and does it. So if we're able to do that, we'll do that. If not, then I'll have to figure out. Do we have his password? We don't even have his freaking password, bro. I can call him. Roland? Let me call Roland. Maybe he doesn't use a password. He has BitLocker but doesn't use a password. Yeah, we're totally going to be able to do this. This is going to be freaking awesome. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a board set up just for flashing these EC chips or these PD controller chips. I'll have it where it turns on and works just like this, and then I'll be able to put the chip on there and program it. Received BIOS recovery protectors get recovery password. Let me make sure we don't have anything going on here. Daniel, Nate, pop quiz, hot shot. What did Kramer make a sculpture of out of Jerry? Okay, so you're talking about little Jerry out of the pasta noodles. What are the kind of pasta noodles? For silly Jerry, right? Did I get it, Daniel? For silly. Good quiz. Okay, so I am in his login screen here. All right, so there's no command. There's no Shift F10 on this screen. It's not like I can pull up a command prompt. I can try to boot. Let me call him real quick, if you don't mind. Let me just call him since we have everyone here. Let's see if I can get his PIN. Tech services. Wait, it's a tech services login screen. Does that mean that? Do we have a simple password? Nope. Okay, he had multiple logins here. All right, give me a second. And you can't do any tone dialing because it's not making different sounds. I know it's Sunday. I know you're probably busy. All right, let's see. Password 123. That's the password. 1,200 people on speakerphone might be hard. Well, I'll only put it on speakerphone if he agrees. I will keep it off of speakerphone. He's not answering anyway. For silly jelly. It's for silly. Have a Dell discount or Dell account on my laptop. Hey, Roland, this is Nathan with Parts People working on a laptop for you. I just was giving you a quick call because I was trying to get into your Windows install because I needed to update the BIOS, and I needed your Windows PIN. But anyway, if you can give me a call back, it's Sunday, so you're going to call me back tomorrow, 512-339-1990. Thanks. Have a good weekend. All right, so that ain't happening. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to go for it. He's going to have to deal with it, I think. We could back up his BIOS. See, this is the problem. This is how it ends up. Like, okay, I'm going to back up his BIOS chip. That's what we got to do. For science, people. For science. So I don't know if everyone understands what we're trying to do right now, but here's the thing. His BitLocker encryption key, this drive is encrypted with BitLocker. His encryption key is stored in the BIOS, but the only purpose we're trying to do here is we're trying to, wait. Part 2, how did George's fiancée die? By licking the envelope glue to send out the wedding invitations. Yes. And thanks for that. So basically, his encryption key is stored inside of his BIOS, and if his encryption key gets wiped out, we can't access his BIOS anymore. He has the key somewhere, maybe. But the responsible thing to do is to back up his BIOS. But if we just run the BIOS update, we don't actually need to update the BIOS. We need to update the PD controllers, but by running the update for the BIOS, it updates the PD controllers. And so we're kind of going backwards to go forward. And so it's stored in the TPM chip. I think this is the PTT on this one, but still, I don't think it has a separate PTM. But I'll just back up his BIOS chip, and then that will work. Mulva? Dolores! Try BIOS recovery. I can do BIOS recovery, and it doesn't that does back up his BIOS actually, doesn't it? Hi, which power supply or charger module are you using? I don't see it in your store. We're talking about this one. I have a link in the video description. This one you have to make, but there's if you just go to Thingiverse, you can get all the plans for it. All right, okay, BIOS recovery. If I use BIOS recovery, it actually backs up their BIOS to another file, and I think I should be able to restore it back out of that. Yeah, BIOS recovery does reset the BitLocker recovery. I can just read his BIOS chip. It takes me 2 seconds. All right. So anyway, we're just gonna I'm just gonna back up his BIOS chip right here. And then we're going to do it. I know we're going backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards, and we're even running out of time. But I'm going to do this. We're going to have a successful programming of a brand new Cypress chip. And everyone's on the edge of their seats, I can tell. But everyone's like, why are you trying to save the customer's data? Why are you even worried about it? Just do the thing, man. Just do the thing. So here's his BIOS chip. And so by backing this up, we'll keep his BitLocker stuff. So I'm just going to back this up. 256 JV. Okay. You're saying that it won't back up the TPM. This is, anytime I've ever backed this up, especially this machine, it works fine. I don't, unless there is a separate TPM on this machine. But from what I've seen, it's been fine to do this. You may have some other information on this particular machine. Take out the NVMe. But unsure, right? We at least do something. It could happen. It could happen. Maybe, probably maybe. After trying BIOS recovery, because then I can just back this up and then I have something that at least the laptop emulates TPM. That's what I'm thinking. It's PTT, right? So if it's emulating PTT or TPM, that's, yeah, because most of the machines don't have a separate one. Like some of the older ones, I could just take the TPM chip off and move it over, and then I have his BitLocker key. But on this one, I just flash the BIOS back on, and I have all his BitLocker stuff. BitLocker sucks anyway. But it's the most useful thing on laptops. That's what I got to say. So like, for all the hate on BitLocker, it's like if you lose your laptop, it's good to know that no one can just take your drive out, you know? That's kind of my take on that. All right. Come on. Come on, baby. Oh, gosh. Science is hard. Thanks for having humor with me, Nate. No problem, Daniel. It's fun. 256 JV. There we go. Read. Battery plugged in the laptop. The motherboard's just sitting on the desk. Increase voltage. I don't know how to increase the voltage. Is there a way of doing that? How can I turn down the beeping sound at the end? That's what I want to know. Don't fart, Nathan. Yeah, reading it's not the hard part. It's the writing it. So if we have to program it, it takes forever. Okay, so we're done. We backed it up. That's all I needed. See? Painless, easy. So I'll just save this off. That wasn't hard, was it? That's what she said. 2655. XPS 95. Oh wait, that's not XPS. It's a Precision. 5560. All right. So we are free to move about the cabin. Okay, let's flash this thing. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. I can't believe. If this works, I'm going to be like happy. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be like, why didn't we just put the new chip on there in the first place? Science, that's why. Science does it all. Okay, flash the RFC BIOS. They are much better. I've never done that ever in my life. My whole life. How does it work? Precisely. Okay, so let me get a BIOS recovery set up. Do I have a BIOS recovery file? Should have one. Hello from Cedar Park. That's right up the road from me. Come on down. Come and visit. Right down the road. All right, so I need to find the BIOS, les BIOS, and I think I have probably, or we just need to download one. Let's just download one. Let's do that. Okay, we're gonna do 5560 precision, and we're gonna get a recovery file. Come on, Slowpoke. Get on it. And we're going to select BIOS. We're going to select other formats. We're going to get the RCV. We're going to download that, and it's going to say this. Dell's website's all messed up. But it is downloading, and then I have to close this or it will keep downloading more and more of them. So, so we're going to go to downloads now. So there's our file. It needs to be named this or else it's not going to work. And then we're going to go to my flash drive, which I think is just something called tools. So we have a blank flash drive that I'm putting this onto, and we're going to use a key combination, and we'll boot into BIOS recovery. Or we can just F12 it into a recovery. So let's eject this responsibly. We got crazy screen. You like crazy screen? Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Will we win? I don't know. So I can't use this USB port. I have to use this USB port, I'm assuming, because that one's not even existing. And I have, this one has a light on it, which I really like. So when it starts reading it, you can tell it's doing it right there. So I'm going to plug in the battery. I'm going to hold Control and Escape with these hands, these jazz hands. And then I'm going to press the power button. We got the Dell screen, but oh yeah, this port's messed up, I forgot. So I have to hold this. Darn it. Let me flip this over, see if it works better this way. See how it's giving me a blink code? The blink code's saying that they couldn't find the file, probably. So it's like a 3.4 or something, probably. Yeah, this battery's flicking around. The battery's gonna make me want to throw this laptop. Okay. So we can try this. Let me shut this off. All right, I'm just going to go to F12 menu instead. But BIOS recovery, you hold Control and Escape. You power it on. If it's on battery, if it's plug it in, you just plug it in. But we can just go to the F12 menu actually on this. So I'm just going to do that. Which is F12's right there, right? Yep. F12, display a test, great. Can that possibly use a BIOS file from the hard drive on the laptops? Sure, but I want to throw this battery because I don't have it screwed in here and it just keeps falling every time I try to tilt this machine. I just want to see what I'm pressing. Okay. Doesn't have a standard USB-A. No, these laptops only have 3 USB-Cs only. So we have to wait till it posts, and then we'll actually do this here. Okay, take the old battery out. I hate, these are taped in here in the front, so I have to undo all the tape. And so that's why I never take out the battery on these. I just wait for them to fall out. No. It's the Wi-Fi guard. And hopefully this USB port's going to work good enough. Because this isn't flashing. It should be flashing if we're going to be able to read it. Okay. There's no fans installed, so it's doing fan tests. You want fans? I'll give you fans. It's freaking... I think it's so picky, isn't it? Why does it have to be so picky? Details, details. There we go. Good thing the fans are clean now. Fan test, I see. Okay, we're getting closer to doing something productive or wasting my freaking time. Okay, it's back off, back on, wax off. Okay, so if it's mangled, yeah, the USB port's kind of messed up over here, so I have to hold it in a certain angle. But what I'm just trying to get to is the BIOS update screen, which is right there. Okay, so let's see if it reads the file or not. Of course, the touchpad's not clicking because I'm squeezing it here. Okay. This is so complicated. Let me lay the thing down like a normal person instead of trying to do this whole thing. Ah, that's so much more luxurious. Okay, let's do this. I don't know why I was struggling like that the whole time. That's much better. All right, let's see if we can get this to click. It does not want to click. So here's where our options are, like I was talking about. So I can actually type in, it says force it. That's the command, but you need a switch first. So switch force it, and it will flash the BIOS without the battery or without the charger being plugged in. But it's not allowing me to select a thing. Maybe it's because it doesn't detect anything in the drive here. This thing is wacko. All right. All right. Oh, plan B. Okay. I know what we're gonna have to do after this. Do it off the hard drive. External mouse. I'm running out of USB ports, people. Running out of USB ports. That's the problem. Let's see. Let's see if this works. I don't know if this has to be plugged in or not. I can't remember. God, this port is fugly. Okay, it's reading in that position. Okay. You can't see it. There you go. You see it? There you go. It's blinking. Okay. Yay! Okay. Don't move. Don't breathe, right? So select our image file. Select. And we have force it here. Because it's saying battery power status is inadequate. That's what we're looking at. So let me make sure. Maybe I'm using the wrong switch. Maybe it's going to be this switch. There we go. So I changed it to force it. Now it says forced, power status forced. And then now I can actually run the updater. And have you tried flashing the BIOS? Thank you. Okay. And it's going. Now I just can't bump that thing. No sneezy. All right, so what I want you to look at here is at the bottom of the screen. It's going to show you each update process. So right now it's saying updating system BIOS. That's the BIOS portion. We had 37% on this battery, right? Is that enough? Hopefully we can make it through this. Okay, because that would really suck if it just died. And then, so it's going to change to this, then it will change like ME region, then it will change to EC region, and then it will do like PD controller 1, PD controller 2. It's going to go through each one of these, so just pay attention to that right down there. I don't want to move the laptop, so it's not going to be centered on the screen here. Don't breathe or fart. This would be the worst time for anything to happen at this point. There's no going back. 37% should be good, I would think, except my test batteries are not brand new batteries. They're just batteries that I have just thrown on a shelf. This is worse than a 12-step program. Hopefully no earthquakes. Definitely no earthquakes here down in Texas. Although we are right near a fault line, but it's an old fault line. charge their battery with a spare board. Oh, yeah, we could definitely do that. No janky batteries. It's not an aftermarket. I only use OEM legits. 2 legits to quits. I have a backup, but the only issue is if it messes up while flashing a PD controller, or messes up when flashing the EC region. Although the EC region is programmed by the BIOS, so I guess it would still be in the BIOS. This one thing I've never have to do with a MacBook, because MacBooks just work and they're perfect, right? No problem. Don't brick it. Don't brick it. Can I move my laptop? You can move your laptop. So we see it flashing. Oh, you can't see it flashing, but yeah, it's making it through this. I can hear the fans on. Good thing we hooked fans up. Who's the manufacturer for Dell's batteries? OEM. The ODM of it is usually multiple different places. Like all these, they're all sourced from different places, obviously. Even their motherboards and stuff are made in different factories, but I guess Compal makes most of their motherboards, but there's Winstrom. Okay, so now we're doing the ISH, Intel's ISH. You're fixing a MacBook later today. Have fun with that. Okay, ISH is done. Next thing. Now the Intel Management Engine region. All right, check. Now the... Oh, no, now it's doing it. It was loading it, so now it's writing it. BYD makes some Dell batteries, which is that's that car company, right, in China? What is the... Whatever is the cheapest at the time. That's correct, because they'll even do different screens. They'll do all sorts of different stuff. So they're always trying to be the most cost efficient. Tell that to my wife. Customer had to know that they were forcing it into the USB. They were cramming it in there. The suspense is killing me. If it gets to the PD controller and programs it, I'm gonna be like, dude, JFix, are you still here? Is he even gonna be able to see this? He might have even left. JFix is here. Okay, JFix, you're seeing history in the making right now. We'll see if this works. Now, I tried this the other day, so that must have been something else going on, because I couldn't ever get it to post past a certain screen, so this one's working just fine, even with the PD controller missing. You need a flux capacitor. Do you need to install the fans for all this? I have the fans installed, because I'm glad I did. I wouldn't have even noticed it. The laptop is an expensive PD programmer. I pass on Lenovo with bad BGA soldering. That's what Lead Farmer's talking about there. All right, ME region's done. Oh, PD controller number 2. Here we go. In the house. Already up to date. Okay, what about PD controller number 1? PD controller number 1? That's the one we've just put on there. Failed update. What? What do you mean it failed the update? Did you even try? Did you even try? What the? Doesn't even make sense. This failed an update too. What was that? I thought Bob was your freaking uncle on this one. Do you think it needed to be powered on? Do you think the chip was not powered on? Maybe USB got lost. Check the resistor. PD needs to know what its PD is. Forgot to solder it. No, it's soldered on there. Hopefully BitLocker's okay. Okay. All right, we only have 10 minutes left. So here's what I'm going to do. It tried to update PD2. It said it was already up to date. PD1, it says can't update. What about Bob? All right. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do nothing because I don't have time. I only got 10 minutes left in my stream. So what I'm going to do tomorrow is probably put this other chip back on, the one that we... Where are we going? You had a donation. I missed it. Sorry. I was so perplexed here. Where's the donation? Oh, Poffice, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for that. So here's going to be the issue here. We only have 10 minutes left, and if it was... I just need to switch this chip back, and then that will probably fix the issue, fix the board. And then I have his BitLocker backed up, so I should be able to just put it right back on there. It saved the manifest. Yeah, let me show you what that does. No, we didn't do it through recovery, though. But we can look. Let's take a look. Let's take a looky. Well, I don't see it saved anything, because normally it's a separate file. So if I did BitLocker recovery, it actually backs up the original BIOS and puts it in here. And this one didn't do it, because we didn't do BitLocker recovery, because we did it through that menu instead. So where did it save no manifest? I don't see no manifest in here. Retry the BIOS with now that has power. Yeah. Or maybe do it through BIOS recovery. That might be a good idea. Okay, we'll do that during my less chatting, because that way we can still chat while this is just doing its thing. Because I only have 10 minutes left, we usually like to do just chatting at the end, and since we don't have much time left on this stream, I'm just going to keep working, and then we'll maybe get something working. I don't know. Remember, the BIOS is easy. It is. It's so easy. It's so easy. Okay, so we're going to plug this in here. Good, like that. Let's see if that gets in the right spot. I'm going to hold Control and Escape, and we're going to plug in this. See if the board comes on. It did not. So now we're going to press the power button instead. Got to get this in the right position here. Can you say janky? That's why I like this little light on here. It makes it so much easier to see. Janky ass port. And this port's not going to work to read it. So I have to go through this jank port. Should have just replaced jank port, but then I don't want to put all this effort into something that's not going to work. I'm going to put my screwdriver under here. Is jank port ready to go? The card reader. It's just a USB hub. Hey, I'm getting close to throwing this across the room. What about you? All right. I think we might need to call it right now and just hang out, because this is stupid. Does the laptop have a card reader? Gotcha. Sorry. The laptop does have a mini card reader. Can you... I don't know if you can do BIOS recovery off of one of those. Can you? Chuck it. Oh, I just don't even want to do that anymore now. We might have broke the port all the way now. Okay. All right, I'm done. I'm done. It's only been 4 hours. We haven't done anything. We haven't fixed a single thing. And we could have fixed this. We could have just put that new port, the new chip on there. So, hold on. Okay. Does that mean... So we had PD controller number 2 it said it was up to date. So it was able to communicate with PD controller number 2, but PD controller number 1 said it failed. Does that mean that it just doesn't have the right programming so it can't communicate with it, or that it doesn't understand it, or what? What does that mean? Okay, so we're in the just chatting shenanigans. We got about 10 or 15 minutes of this. So this is the opportunity where you guys ask me questions, or you ask technical questions. I'll do my best to try to answer a lot of them. I did have a teleprompter here for a while. I took that off of there because it was kind of distracting. I didn't like it. I did set up a separate phone teleprompter. Let me see if I can get that set up, because then I can make better eye contact with you guys instead of looking over here all the time. But anyway, so let's see. Time for chat. There's broken pins on the USB can prevent the update, possibly. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me use my keyboard here. I think some of the laptop, let's see, sorry. It's a rectangle frisbee. I like that. Why not boot from your SSD and then copy the BIOS onto that? So we could probably do that, and then we ran the BIOS update just fine. So I was thinking that's fine. I don't know. Skeet shooting laptops. That might be a good one. I think we need to do some keyboard punching. That's what we need to do. The experienced BIOS programming only recognizes USB flash drives for the file. So what I just did, we do all the time. We either can use a recovery file as a recovery file, or we can use it where we just flash it. And so the flashing was fine. I don't think that was an issue. So EC also failed after PD1 failed. Interesting. You're right. It did fail after that. Huh. So maybe it got messed up. Maybe it stopped being able to read the programming thing. So maybe we could have been, maybe I should replace that freaking port, because it doesn't take that long to do that, and just get over it. But then maybe all the pins are broken in there, and then it's even worse when I take it apart, and that's why I don't want to do it. Best barbecue in Austin? That's what a lot of people say. I don't eat a lot of barbecue, but there are quite a few good barbecue spots here in the Austin area. I think Lockhart, has the best in Texas, and that's right south of us. Black's Barbecue. It's time for you to go home to your wife and kids. Yeah. Yes. We got some fun stuff today. We're gonna be doing. Dell always checks, and he thinks that it keeps some data. I wish that they would have backed up the thing just now whenever we ran that BIOS update, but maybe because it failed, it didn't even do it all the way. Maybe the PD controller problems was caused the port to be broken. The PD controller broke the port. Maybe they were doing a little too much jiggling. Have you watched Soren's live stream today? I haven't watched it today, no. Did you get into any shenanigans? Hello? Good morning. Coffee's good. I usually watch his stuff or listen to his Sunday morning live stream. It's only an hour long, but it's not long like mine. What did you miss? Well, you missed nothing, because we didn't do anything. I've tried to initiate a BIOS update. It lost connection afterwards from the USB. So maybe it could just be that. You got to head out. Have fun today. Thanks for watching. See you Wednesday. Thanks, Bondo. I wonder if we just lost contact on the USB hub. You might be onto something there, Dave. You might be onto something. Another laptop? Are we done? Yeah, we're done. I've been streaming for 4 hours, so yeah, I can't stream all day. I already worked, so many hours, and then yesterday I edited for 6 hours, posted that video. So my weekend gets eaten up pretty quickly. Just a great afternoon. Thank you, Gordon. Wonder if at least one of the USB-As would have issues for a bad design. Yeah, it seems like they would have just at least put one USB-A on there. I don't like it, but it makes it slim so it can fit in there. If any significant amount of water gets into a computer while it's running, could it cause a short on the processor? Yes, in general, what ends up happening is, because it is conductive, you'll have it working short to something. But then what ends up happening is you have corrosion that builds. So sometimes you can get it to work for a week or so, and then after a while that corrosion starts building up and that makes it worse. But yes, it depends where the water goes. If you go down your keyboard and go over to where your power stages are and burn out your CPU. I think we saw that today, right? Didn't we see that? I've been trying to fix a broken Dell computer monitor for months, and I just gave up and just ordered a new PCB from AliExpress. Hope it works. Yeah, sometimes if you're just doing it for fun, it's usually fun, but sometimes not. It's 1956 in Germany. It's getting late. How old are you, your brother? Well, me and my brother are twins, so we are 45 years old. replace the USB port. So I'm going to replace that USB port and probably test again and try to run it again tomorrow. Or, yeah, tomorrow's Monday, so yeah, I'll do it Monday. Wait, we only fixed 0 laptops today? Yeah, we fixed 0 laptops today. We spent 4 hours, and I'm not getting paid for anything at this point. So, you guys hung out with me, donated some money and stuff, so I think I get rewarded. I actually enjoy these things, hanging out with you guys. It was a lot of fun. Major misspelling mistakes. That's all right. I can't read worth a crap anyway, so don't worry about it. When you do BIOS recovery, how do you put the service tag in the UUIE image? So I don't put it in there. So if the BIOS, if we wipe the service tag out and like I make a clean BIOS image, it wouldn't be technically a BIOS recovery. When I do that, it either leaves the BIOS in or it takes the BIOS out and then allows you to write it in. So once the BIOS or the service tag is not there, it can be entered later. So Mega, just wanted to say thank you from all of us, Nate. We love the time and giving the knowledge. Thank you so much, Mega. That was very, very generous for you. I so much enjoy hanging out. So thank you, Zoli. I don't know what Huff is, but 200 of them, I'll take them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Even Apple removed USB-A ports from all their MacBook Airs on their M2s. They should make a tool that They should make a tool that connects directly to USB connector on the motherboard to write firmware updates at this point, and bypassing the USB slot altogether. I agree they should make so many things more serviceable, but that's not what they want to do. Recommend Dell laptops that doesn't fail, so you're going to buy just a higher end one. Now this machine right here, do you think this laptop would have failed in general? No. This laptop failed because janky, right? Old jankers going on. So these are good machines. So 9500 and 9510, those are both XPSs. Those are from 2020 and 2021. This is a Precision 5560, both good. Those are all good machines. So you pay up for it. For every $200 you spend, you get about 5 years. I mean, you get 1 year out of it. So a $1,000 laptop, you should get about 5 years. And if you get a $2,000 laptop, you should get 10 years. So that's kind of the way I think about it. Let's see. Great job, 24-hour Natathon. That'd be funny if I did like a really long one. Maybe you should make a tool that connects directly to USB firmware. We already did that one. Move the alien head to the back of the room. Just finally noticed it. Yeah, so I got this other alien head here. So I put this one here, put that one back there, and I like how there's like that contrast of both of them going on. Although this one is bigger, so maybe I should put this one in the back, and then that one's smaller. So I'll play around with it. Hey, Daniel, thank you. We need a Seinfeld trivia stream. No soup for you, please. Plus, don't go back and watch Short Circuit. It will ruin your memory of it. We just did that, and it's very bad. Thank you for the advice. I probably will not go back and watch it. I wanted to have the kids watch it, but it's just like, yeah, it's probably no good. Are you older or your twin older? I'm 10 minutes younger than my twin. So I was stuck in there, and the doctor, we were natural birth, so the doctor had to go in and yank me out. He actually broke my collarbone when he pulled me out. They didn't know my collarbone was broken for a couple weeks. But it was right on that limit where they would end up doing a C-section. But 1980 was kind of an older time for all that type of medicine. So very risky. Great stream. Have a good day, especially all of those living in the future. Gritty, that's a good one. I told your family that you have a good show and ignore me, please. Do you know that the chips have another way of recognizing the pin 1, or is it? I don't know. I'm not sure. Charger chip had damage. My charger didn't. I'm using my charger, so I didn't use their charger. But their charger chip probably has damage. They didn't send it in. It could be an aftermarket charger for all I know, too. I don't remember why they had CSM mode. I don't remember either. Mini HDMI will fit in the USB-C port. Oh, they probably shoved that in there. That will do it. Probably a cheap USB cable won't fit, right? They just forced it. I believe so. All right, what time are we up? Yep, we're after 1 o'clock p.m. my time here. I had his wife on this stream. Buy a PC, no laptops ever had issues. And the thing is like I have a XPS 9520 Precision 5520, which is from 2017. I have that laptop, works fine still. I have a 9500 from 2020. I have no issues with it. Never have any issues with my laptops, but I also don't just shove everything in any hole possible. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm sending you another one, just an annoying super chat. Read it. Thank you, BZ. BZ's funny. Anyway, thank you guys for coming out. Thanks all the mods. Thanks for JFix. Thanks for Premise. Thanks for the Daves. The old Daves were present, both Daves. I appreciate everybody coming out, all the donations to the stream. We didn't fix a laptop today, but we had fun trying to fix a laptop, and I guess, I don't know if I had fun, actually. I had fun hanging out with you. I don't know if this was any fun, but anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. I appreciate each and every one of you, and thanks for watching.